fossil fuels, reducing emissions, and providing enough support also for adaptation and addressing losses and damages. And speaking of loss and damages, we see an increasing number of devastating climate impacts. Losses and damages are felt across the world. Communities might not recover from them. And the international human rights communities has the duty and, of course, the legitimacy to really address those questions. And so we look at the Human Rights Council, special procedures, human rights treaty bodies to address complex legal questions that arise. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded. We will open the floor for Q&A and interventions from the floor after the first and second panel. So just raise your hand or your flag. We will have a short break at around 4:15 p.m. because this is a very long event. So you're welcome to enjoy some coffee and croissant that you will find outside of the room. And at 6 p.m., you're welcome also to join a very small reception that we will hold at the Serpentine Cafeteria. So without further ado, I'm very honored to introduce to you our first panel. We have today with us Luc Dockendorff, Deputy Permanent Representative of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, Peggy Hicks, Director of the Thematic Engagement, Special Procedures and Right to Development Division of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. We have Ambassador Evan Garcia, Permanent Representative of the Philippines, Professor Surya Deva, Special Rapporteur on the Right to Development, and Ayo Lance, Director of FES Geneva. So let me start by giving the floor to Mr. Dockendorff. We understand that Ambassador Bischler was not available to join us in person today, so you will be speaking on his behalf. So I will let you now share a few opening remarks as a co-organizer of this event. Thank you.
Wonderful. Many thanks, Francesca, and apologies from Ambassador Bischler for not being able to be with us. He's not in Geneva today. Big thanks to CIEL and FES for co-organizing this. It's fantastic that you're bringing us back together in Geneva. I suppose many of those in the room have participated in earlier dialogues, and then COVID happened. But it's great to be back here. Massive thanks also to the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights. They're really leading us here, and it'll be great to hear from Peggy directly. Thanks to Earthjustice for doing what they do, and thanks to everyone in the room for making this a real dialogue. All of the 5 specific themes you've identified for this session are very welcome and very topical. Some of them are things are going better in them. For instance, there is now more space for discussing remedy and loss and damage, also at the Human Rights Council, and we welcome that. And there is also more space for imagining a just transition. I think those are two very positive developments. But there's also enormous backlash happening. In civic space, environmental human rights defenders, indigenous defenders, rural human rights defenders are being murdered at prodigious rates and also otherwise under threat, and that's something to consider. Then there is the backlash that's coming, and then there is the issue of false solutions and also narrative pushback. And I think something that is really interesting is that a lot of people were worried that as the planet warms, there would be more radicalization for the people who defend the climate. It seems the other way around. There seems to be more radicalization from people who deny that the climate changes, both individuals, but also lobby groups and governments. And that's certainly something to discuss today. So back to you, Francesca.
Thank you so much also for outlining some of the key issues that we'll be discussing more in detail. Civic space, this is something that as civil society and indigenous peoples organizing fuels, loss and damage, and just transition are themes that we'll delve into later, especially during the third panel. Let's dive really into the spirit of the Geneva dialogue, so very much action-oriented. So I would like to ask you, on the backdrop of all of these issues and themes that you also have started identifying, how can states ensure that different fora, we have, of course, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and all the human rights mechanisms here in Geneva, so how can they build on each other's work? And what more should the Human Rights Council in particularly do in order to tackle the climate crisis in a more effective manner?
Thank you very much indeed. I'll group those two together in the interest of time, because we don't have a lot of it. In many ways, the climate crisis or climate emergency, and whenever I use those words, I want to ask, well, is it still a crisis or is it becoming the new normal? is a wicked problem. And it's also for the UN a collective action problem, which we should be used to because we have very many of these, not just here in Geneva, but also wherever else around the world that the UN is active. Dave, when I was thinking about the questions, I see really three dimensions of challenges, and all of them I'm sure we could go into more depth about. The first is organizational. How do you coordinate both at national governmental level, but also between various stakeholders, civil society, government, private companies, citizens, what you do about the climate? Then there is the question that there's just an awful lot of international organizations that deal with the climate. All of us are impacted by it, and a lot of organizations here in Geneva have a specific mandate to deal with the climate crisis. And then, of course, the issue of thinking in silos, and that's really the second dimension of the challenge, which is cognitive. It's very hard to wrap our individual minds around this, even harder still to wrap our organizational cultures around the problem. The issues themselves are complex and they're interrelated and can be hard to grasp. And that, of course, is open season for the disinformation crowd, for anyone trying to push back against the science. And I think the IPCC reports could not be clearer, really. And then the third dimension is political, the lack of political will, much documented, the lack of energy very often to change things, and also to place the global commons, the global interest above very narrow-minded national or economic interests. The states, however, can do a lot. They can ask the organizations in Geneva to prioritize the fight against climate change in their work, and of course respecting their independence, especially now when it comes to the human rights field. The independence of OHCHR is something that's very dear to us. They can also put their money where their mouth is, financing activities by international organizations, but also civil society, academia. Costs a lot of money. The other side, as it were, has endless resources. Fossil fuel companies essentially have money to burn. And so it's falls on states very often to really pay for a lot of this organizational work to be done. They can give support to the High Commissioner for Human Rights, but also the special procedures, to the UNFCCC Secretariat, UNEP, you name it. They'll have to listen, of course, to what comes out of these organizations and civil society. And that's very often very hard because time, of course, is always very limited. There's a lot going on the agenda of the Human Rights Council and in Global Geneva overall. But we'll hear more in the next panel about that. They can use the existing knowledge platforms and the dialogue platforms, like this one, for instance, and they can mobilize, for instance, with side events at the Human Rights Council, which leads me neatly into what more the Human Rights Council can do. And I think the first thing it really needs to wrap its mind around is that there is an existing global consensus on this, and it needs to build on this and enlarge it. I'm sure the permanent representative of the Philippines will also have something to say about that. They can use the existing capabilities that we have in the OHCHR, in the Advisory Committee of the Human Rights Council, special procedures, many of whom, I mean, some of them, like Mr. Fry, who's on the call with us, are specifically dedicated to the environment or climate change, but others in thematic, but also country-specific mandates cover climate impacts, because as we know, the climate change impacts all human rights, and human rights are a tool to push back against those negative impacts. They can use the Universal Periodic Review more actively to make climate recommendations, climate-related recommendations, and my country went through the UPR just 2 weeks ago, and we got a few of them. And very importantly, and I'll try and end with this, they can break out of polarizing patterns that we have in the Human Rights Council. This is really an all hands on deck and we're all in the same boat type of situation. Yes, we may be deeply disagreeing on political matters, but when it comes to making sure that this planet remains livable for future generations, we have to work together. The issue of loss and damage, I think, is one place where we can really move forward, and we're happy to deepen that in future council sessions. There's also the possibility of more cooperation between the different missions, for instance, those missions that are in a core group for specific climate resolutions, but also the environment resolutions. And there's a lot we can actually get to. And then finally, of course, we have to listen. We have to listen to the communities that are impacted the most by climate change and its nefarious impacts, and also the people who defend their human rights, because they're the ones who face the most pressure and the most backlash. And with that, I give you back the floor.
Thank you so much. You raised very valuable and important points, also anticipating some of the conversations that we will have during this event. You mentioned, of course, the role of the Human Rights Council through resolutions, but also special procedures, the UPR, and we will have panelists addressing these specific mechanisms as we go forward. And of course, you rightly mentioned the important role that the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights can play in supporting, leading the way on one hand, supporting states' implementation, also their obligation. And we have today, of course, Ms. Hicks. So a question for you to start, also in the spirit of really breaking the silos and building on different progresses that we achieve across different agenda. We know, as I mentioned also earlier, that the international community finally recognized the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. So my first question for you is, what are the implications of the recognition of this right in the context of climate change?
Thanks so much. And in the interest of time, I won't give my warm welcome to all of those organizers, but just know that you have our huge appreciation. And I'm so thankful as well for our team, which has already been recognized here. I see a number of our staff who are working hard on these issues and who are trying to put these issues at the forefront of the work of our office and of Geneva community generally. You started off by asking sort of, since 2019, what has happened in a way? A lot has happened, you said. And in my head, I immediately thought, well, not nearly enough has happened, right? But you raised for me, the key question is, what have we done in Geneva on these issues? And you've focused me in on one crucial step that was taken forward. And really congratulations to all of you that played an effort in what was a very long and arduous campaign to get us to the point where the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment was recognized. So the question you've asked is now that we have it, what do we do with it? How do we make this actionable? How do we ensure that it's used to really deliver the type of results that we need on climate change, so that the next time you ask how much has happened, I'm able to say in my head, oh my God, so much has happened, right? So I thought about that question in terms of the why, the what, the who, and the how. On the why, I've got all sorts of notes that the team wrote for me, which are very clear on the why, but I'm looking around a room full of people who I think are here because you already understand the why. You know why this issue is important. You know that it's not just one crisis. There's a triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution that's jeopardizing the effective enjoyment of all human rights, including the right to a healthy environment. And that requires that we take the most effective action possible to ensure accountability for climate harms and move forward on these issues. So the why is pretty clear. I think the what has been a bit more disputed, both in terms of Geneva and more globally. I mean, what can be done and how can it be done? But I think Luc has put on the table the fact that there are some real movement in this area to what will make a difference. We all know, of course, that the crucial thing that needs to happen is the issues around carbon emissions and reducing and the 1.5 goal. But these issues around loss and damage, around just transition, around accountability, I think are crucial. And we found a real need and a real place that I think that we on the human rights side and here in Geneva can play in taking those issues forward. And I think, that leads me very quickly to the who. I mean, part of the who is about these silos and the different actors in the space and how we actually both galvanize one side of the equation to be able to do the work that we need done, and at the other side address the factors that are standing in the way of real progress. It was interesting when Luc was talking about the silos that we face. I realize that there's a tension at times between the fact that we work in these silos, but yet some of the ways that we're going to achieve real results here are by diving deeper into some of those silos as well. So some of the work, for example, that our office is engaged in now looks at the disability rights impact of climate change. And, so we need to have deep engagement on some issues, but the silos, as has been said, are getting in the way. But I think we need to be very clear that those silos are not just things that came about accidentally, that some of them are there for a reason, and that it will take real effort to break them down. And this means, as has been flagged, for example, the role of the fossil fuel industry and how we can actually really address the counterproductive way in which that industry is able to engage in and influence decision-making on these crucial issues, for example. But on the other side of the equation, as I said, it also means absolutely, as a threshold issue, the most important thing everybody in this room can work on is what we call the right to participation, but the ability of those who have an interest, which of course is all of us in climate change, to be able to have a seat at the table and to have our voices heard in addressing these issues. And what we saw, unfortunately, last year at COP27 was not what we want to see globally. And at least for our office, that has been a real priority for this year. How do we make sure that we do better for COP28? And then finally on that front, to make sure that we are addressing all the ways in which the negative side is impeding on the right to participate. So that's the attacks on environmental and climate change activists, as has been mentioned, the negative narratives that are distorting the space and making it impossible for the voices to be heard are also crucial points. And I'll stop there because I think you have another question for me.
Yes, yeah. Well, your question, my
I've been
second
one to
question
talk.
really piggybacks on what you just started to outline. So you identified the what, the why, the what, and the who, but also we understand that implementation at the national level comes with challenges. And so how, once we have identified what we need to do, how can the OHCHR support states in better implementing the human rights obligations to ensure, again, corporate accountability, safe participation, emission reduction, and so on? And also, how can the OHCHR guide the Human Rights Council in also furthering this agenda?
Yes, and so I was leaving the how for the second part because I do think it's the crucial thing that we need to focus in on. What are the mechanisms we have? What have we found to be effective? What do we need to move forward on? And obviously, the recognition of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a great foundation, but we need to find ways to really use it to overcome the barriers that we see. It makes sense maybe to say a little bit about what our office is doing because I think it shows some of the potential of the council, but also some of the areas where we need to move forward. We've worked on a different array of mandates that this council has given to us and have allowed us to engage across a wide variety of important issues related to climate action. But the magnitude of the crisis, of course, hasn't been met by these interventions that we see. And so we recognize that the efforts so far have been critical, but to date, they're not enough. So we're trying to improve that advocacy by pushing, for example, for effective integration of human rights in UN FCCC decision-making, including in particular in the context of upcoming decisions on loss and damage, the global stocktake and carbon market mechanisms. We're looking at the upcoming global NDC conference, and we're going to organize a co-session on integrating human rights in NDCs and dissemination of our toolkit, jointly developed with CIEL and GIZ for doing so. And we're going to really look at how we can make NDCs much more ambitious. We're looking, as I said, at pilot projects, developing guidance on an intersectional approach to disability-inclusive climate action at the national level. And we're hoping that will be a blueprint for member states to follow worldwide. In the Sahel, we're working on human rights protection gaps in the context of climate change related human mobility. And we really think a rights-based approach demands that climate action include those most at risk of climate harm. And as noted, we're working, of course, to do what we can to best protect the rights of environmental human rights defenders. It's the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, so those priorities become all the more important in this year. We're looking at what needs to happen to ensure that the next 25 years continue the Declaration's promise rather than see us making retrogression. So with that in mind, I think the most important word I'd leave you with is the word ambition. Ambition comes forward in these discussions around climate all the time. We're always talking about climate ambition. But I think there is no place in our work where it's more important that we take that word seriously. We need to be ambitious in terms of what we expect of ourselves, what we expect of Geneva, what we expect of each of our countries, what we expect of the world on these issues if we're going to move forward. And that means in the context of the Council, I think despite the amazing work that's been done, there's a lot more that can be done. Our office and the small team that I pointed out is still a tiny part of the work that we're able to do. We know that we could deliver more if we had more resources to engage at a national and regional level with our partners on issues of climate change, and I'm sure we're not the only ones that feel that way. So if we could put more of our resources, our attention, our ambition into these issues, I think we can deliver more results. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I will also challenge everybody to really be ambitious today and come also with new ideas and hopefully new ideas also for how to best work and make use of the OHCHR expertise will come out of today's event. We did mention the recognition of the right to a healthy environment, which of course was spearheaded by the core group on human rights and the environment. And now turning at the other core group that has been key in really advancing the environmental and climate agenda at the Council, we have Ambassador Garcia from the Permanent Mission of the Philippines. You, of course, are a member of the core group on human rights and climate, together with Vietnam and Bangladesh, and the Philippines are the pen holder for the resolution that will be presented to the Council in June. This is an annual resolution that really has played a role throughout the years, since the first time it was tabled back in 2007, to better identify which rights and which groups are affected by climate change, and really influence the way in which human rights were included in the climate policy spaces like UNFCCC and vice versa, to really put climate at the core of the human rights agenda here in Geneva. So throughout all these resolutions, we now have a body of recommendations and resolutions on climate change. But as the climate crisis is intensifying, and of course the Philippines is also on the front line of the impacts that are being felt because of climate change. So as member of the core group, what is your vision to further mobilize the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms to really respond to the urgency of the climate crisis and advance rights-based climate action?
Thank you very much. I would like to convey our appreciation to the organizers for inviting us to this very important event. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, no other global challenge demonstrates in a profound and complex manner the indivisibility and interrelatedness of human rights than climate change and its adverse consequences to people and nature. Approximately 40% of the world's population, or between 3.3 to 3.6 billion, live in areas that are highly vulnerable to climate hazards. These include those who have so little in life and therefore with the least capacity to cope with the dehumanizing effects of climate catastrophes. Yet these same people have contributed to and benefited the least from the environmental degradation that accompanied development since the Industrial Revolution. How then do we address this existential crisis without giving the most vulnerable and the least responsible a double whammy? This, quite simply, is the crux of the discourse on human rights and climate change. As already been mentioned, the Philippines and the core group has been tabling the Human Rights Resolution for Climate Change. We envision this resolution as a means to promote greater understanding of the nexus between climate change and human rights in the context of climate justice. We firmly believed then, and even more so now, that the Council, by the very nature of its mandate, cannot but approach this issue from the lens of equity and justice. The ultimate goal is to contribute meaningfully to ongoing efforts to build a global normative framework that can guarantee just, humane, and equitable climate solutions. Over the past 10 years, our resolution has shed a light on the grave impacts of climate change on specific rights and key sectors of our societies. As the climate crisis intensifies and the demand for urgent and more ambitious climate action heightens, the Council must also change gear and delve more, in our view, into cross-cutting strategic issues that impinge on a whole range of rights, from the right to life itself to the right to development and self-determination and the rights of future generations and intergenerational equity. Many of these have already been mentioned in the OHCHR reports and by the Special Rapporteur on Climate Change, whose mandate we support. These include, among others, 1. Loss and damage. In the Philippines, the annual losses from typhoons alone are estimated at 1.2% of GDP and as high as 4.6% in cases of extreme events. This situation is not unique to my country. How we avert, minimize, and address loss and damage will be an important determinant of developing countries' capacity to achieve the SDGs. Second, climate change-induced displacement. As certain places become uninhabitable, and livelihood sources undermined by climate risks, displacement within and across borders will become more prevalent with all its attendant issues. Existing international human rights and humanitarian law instruments do not fully provide the protection needed to people displaced due to the adverse effects of climate change. This is an issue that needs to be addressed. Third, just transition. The transition to net zero by 2050 is likely to be messy. Given the massive technological, economic, and societal change this would entail. Composed by inadequate commitments from stakeholders, managing this transition is of crucial importance to safeguard peace and security, not just to uphold human rights. And fourth, biodiversity loss. Without urgent and scaled-up climate action, global warming will go full throttle, irreversibly destroying biodiversity, leading to ecosystem collapse. This will have serious consequences for food, water, health, and livelihood, and ultimately for the very viability of humanity's future. Admittedly, these are difficult issues with fault lines across the usual north and south divide. We believe, however, that the Council cannot and should not shy away from tough discussions. The time has come that we can no longer kick the can down the road. Let us have faith in our capacity to see beyond what divides us and acknowledge our shared destiny. As counterintuitive as it may seem, our differentiated climate vulnerabilities and capacities should be taken as a call for convergence and solidarity, either because of a sense of a moral responsibility or out of self-interest. The choice is yours. We are all in this together. This is an incontrovertible test and fact, I mean. Let me just close by pointing out or referring to what was mentioned about silos. This is a reality in the UN and multilateral system, and it is not encountered only here. I have been encountering across the spectrum from DRR to migration to refugees. So it is something that the different parts of the UN are trying to struggle with. We recognize that the silos were put there for a reason, mostly organizational, turf-wise, but now we have to learn to work better together. And we have seen some positive signs with the way the humanitarians have been able to work in addressing a large-scale humanitarian emergency. So there is always hope, provided we are prepared to invest more of our efforts and our hopes and aspirations in multilateralism. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And clearly the message of the need to really break the silos is coming already very loud and clear. You mentioned a few issues that for you are priority, and we look forward also to hearing more from Dr. Fry, for instance, about loss and damage and displacement, since he's preparing reports on this. We will also discuss more about just transition in the following panel. So definitely this is ongoing discussion, and seeing at some point resolutions on this topic would be very much appreciated. And also a reminder of the wealth of recommendations that have already been developed by this resolution. So it's also maybe pushing us to think of how we can best build upon this wealth of recommendations that have been already developed. Another question for you is to link back to what Ms. Hicks and also Mr. Dockendorf mentioned about the issue of big corporations that are leading their contribution to climate change. In the Philippines, we know that the Philippines Commission on Human Rights released a groundbreaking inquiry into the responsibility of major fossil fuel corporations, that we also refer to as carbon majors, and in their contribution to climate change. And this inquiry lasted several years, and it was really the first one of its kind. And its findings stressed that holding corporate actors accountable does require effective international cooperation. And so, in your perspective, also building upon the findings of this inquiry, what reflection can you provide about the outcome, and what the international community must do to stop further global heating and support the countries that are also most affected by it?
Thank you. Just to give a little background, the Philippine Commission on Human Rights is an independent constitutional body that has been a formidable champion of the rights and dignity of the Filipino people since its creation in 1987. With its historic inquiry on climate change conducted over 7 years, the Commission has effectively demonstrated the great potential of NHRIs in shaping the evolving normative framework for climate litigation and legislation domestically and globally. The report established important conclusions that advance issues of justice and accountability as follows. One, that climate change is clearly and undeniably a human rights issue. Two, that carbon majors engaged in willful obfuscation and obstruction of meaningful climate action. Three, that carbon majors have the responsibility to undertake human rights due diligence and provide remedy. And four, that governments, NHRI, civil society, financial institutions, investors, UN and international bodies, and global citizenry have a right to play a role in climate action, a duty to play a role, one that is people-centered and compliant with human rights obligations. As regards the holding of carbon majors accountable, enforcement is obviously an enormous challenge given the glaring power imbalance among concerned parties, not to mention current legal normative hurdles, including on jurisdiction and territoriality. One concrete way where we can help push the envelope further is to make significant progress in the negotiations and adopt a legally binding document on business and human rights that also covers climate change. As you all know, there is an effort on the business and human rights side already. So it's a question of perhaps grafting something onto that or taking a piece out of that. On the whole, we see the CHR's inquiry as a monumental contribution to ongoing systemic shifts on climate litigation, which I hope will generate sooner rather than later the critical momentum for all stakeholders to finally comply with obligations fully in order to ensure a livable future for everybody. I cannot get more specific than that, or I might lose my job.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think this is a powerful reminder also of the important role that national human rights institutions can play in really moving forward the agenda. And even the Council passed recently a resolution on national human rights institutions and climate change. So these are definitely actors to include in the conversation. So over to you, Professor Deva. It's a real pleasure to have you on the panel because, of course, you are in your new capacity of Special Rapporteur on the Right to Development, but also a former member of the Working Group on Business and Human Rights. And, of course, now we have the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Climate Change. The Special Rapporteurs on the Environment and Human Rights also have done great work on the interconnectedness between different human rights and climate change. But of course, a lot of other mandate holders are playing a very important role in addressing climate change from their own perspectives. And so we're very happy to hear from you, wearing both hats in a way. And maybe piggybacking on what the Ambassador Garcia was saying also, and what we said about carbon majors. We know that the majority of emissions are caused by a limited number of corporations, and these are often registered outside of the countries that then feel the direct impacts of climate itself. And that's possible because of the institutional economic structure of our economic system. And so in your capacity as a former member of the working group on business and human rights, what would be your recommendations to the Human Rights Council to effectively tackle this accountability gap?
Is on now? Okay. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. It's really a great pleasure to be speaking this session. So let me highlight 4 elements as part of my recommendations. The first is that often in the context of business and human rights, you referred to my former mandate, we talk about the responsibility, at least, which is becoming increasingly binding, human rights due diligence that businesses should do. But what I would like to highlight is that when we talk about human rights abuses and climate change, they are interconnected, but they are different as well. Because when a company is involved in human rights abuses, it is easy to identify which companies are involved and what is the impact. On climate change, the impact is more diffused, cumulative, and it is difficult to say, oh, these are the actors not involved with it, because almost every company is involved. And of course, there are major carbon measures, but every company is involved. So how do you adapt human rights due diligence to these complexities of climate change? That is, I think, so my first suggestion is we need more concrete, specific guidance. How do we do that? For instance, it is easy to consult local communities if it is about a mine or a local human rights abuse. Climate change, how will a company consult 7 billion people? Because everyone is impacted. So in my personal capacity working with UNDP, we are going to release next month an action brief, and that will provide hopefully further guidance about due diligence. That's my first suggestion. The second is we need binding obligations on corporations. I mean, UN guiding principles provide a good starting point, soft standards, but unless businesses follow what they preach, it will not be enough in my view. So we need binding obligations. The EU directive on corporate sustainability due diligence is a good step. Unfortunately, though, it does not impose in the current draft human rights due diligence obligation in relation to climate change. It focuses on human rights and environment, but it separates climate change and does not impose that obligation. From my perspective, that is problematic because you're creating a silo. At the same time, as the ambassador rightly mentioned, we have the BHR treaty process going on, and we have the right to development treaty process going on. So in my suggestion, we should integrate climate change in all these negotiation processes. Climate change is a cross-cutting issue. It is going to impact each and every human right, each one of us. So that's my second suggestion. The third is about accountability also requires policy coherence. Often we talk about policy coherence in the context of states. I will suggest policy coherence is also relevant in the context of corporations, because many of these companies do a lot of greenwashing. Many of these companies declare ESG, but they are not really doing it. So net zero thing may become in the next greenwashing tool. So how do we ensure that the companies are not misrepresenting? How do we hold them accountable? How do we ensure that the lobbying by these companies is exposed and they are held accountable? So that is the policy coherence in relation to companies. My fourth element is about just transition. So when the NHRIs or national contact points or the courts are dealing with climate issues and climate litigation, should the courts and NHRIs not be integrating just transitions into the decision-making process? Because what if you say, oh, this coal mine should not go ahead? Looks very fine. I would like to close all the coal mines today. But how is this going to impact poor people who cannot afford anything else as an alternative? So I think those issues have to be factored in. Often we talk about, oh, Asia or the global south or developing world is not doing enough. The point is, we are polluted in Asia because we are the manufacturing hub for the world. Europe is clean because we are polluted. It's not a coincidence. So I think we have to understand these holistic pictures and take that into account. I think I will stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish we had the time just to delve into all the points that you just raised. We will have to organize many more dialogues. But definitely well taken on the point about the need for binding obligations. And in the meantime, as these processes, of course, unfortunately take a long time, the need for guidance and also the work, for instance, of human rights treaty bodies can really help fill some of the gaps that we have in the current framework. So a final question for you now on your current hat about with the special opportunity on the right to development. So how do you think that the right to development and the right, going back to the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment intersects and builds on and can also inform the sustainable development goals and also ultimately climate action?
Thank you. So it's a very young mandate for me, just 17 days old. So I'm looking forward to collaborating further with all the stakeholders, including with my colleague Ian Fry, who is online, I understand, working together how we can integrate it. But in my statement on Monday, I outlined a very holistic understanding of right to development. I highlighted 7 Ps, and I will quickly mention those: people, participation, peace, planet, private sector, policy coherence, and past. All these 7 Ps are absolutely critical to right to development. So right to development, in my view, is not a license to destroy the planet. At the same time, it is crucial to understand that the pathways of development have to be different. We can talk about degrowth in Europe and developed countries, and it makes sense and we must do it. But there are different development aspirations in the global south which should be respected. And I think it is absolutely critical from my perspective that we have to acknowledge these differentiated pathways to development going forward. And of course, we have to take into account not just climate change, but also loss of biodiversity. So all these triple planetary challenges have to be fully integrated to this holistic understanding of what this right to development should look like. That would mean, of course, international cooperation and collaboration, the transfer of green technology. That would mean contribution to loss and damage. And it would also mean learning from past mistakes. What I mean by this? 30, 40 years back, I don't think we thought about plastic bags as something which is going to be a disaster. Now we are negotiating a treaty on plastic pollution. What I'm suggesting here is, now we are promoting battery-operated vehicles. Is it going to become a crisis in future? Should we not be going back to bikes rather than battery-operated cars? These are the fundamental questions I want to pose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and also for reminding us of the triple planetary crisis. And really, again, in the spirit of breaking silos, we shall not forget all the work that is being done on plastic, as you say. Now, there is, of course, ongoing negotiations on a binding agreement, and so how to make sure that we incorporate lessons learned in the way also this framework is going to be built. I'm conscious of time, so I'm happy now to hand over the floor to Ayo Lance from FES Geneva. FES is one of the co-organizers, of course, of this event, so you will provide some welcoming remarks on behalf of FES and other civil society co-organizers of the Geneva Dialogues. Thank you.
That is what I will do. Thank you so much. The advantage of being the last speaker is everything important of content has already been said. The disadvantage is that everybody will blame you for not keeping time and overstretching the time limit. And by the way, I came by bike. Yeah. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, friends at the high table and in the auditorium, it's my pleasure to be associated and part of this Geneva dialogue once again, because we see it as of utmost importance. As you said, breaking silos between different schools of thinkings, as we have experienced with the Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung as well. We basically worked in silos since 3 decades. The economists here with trade and WTO, the lawyers with human rights in the office, and the environmentalists with environmental stuff. Since a couple of years, we have realized that not only human rights is a transversal issue, but also environment. At WTO, we are seriously and intensively discussing how environmental degradation and sustainability has an effect on trade and vice versa. And the same is true on the discussion on migration. Migration and climate change and environmental disasters is a very important issue as well. So let's break the silos. What have we come here to do? We want to provide a space to discuss how Geneva-based human rights institutions can contribute to advancing the necessary human rights-based climate action that is so urgently needed in our time. In approaching these actions with you here today, we have two objectives. First, we want to take stock of the relevant work done so far by these human rights institutions. They have already played a key role in identifying the rights at stake in the context of climate change, as well as the relevant obligations of states. However, alongside these important efforts, there remain challenges and gaps that need to be addressed. Therefore, the second objective of our dialogue is to identify and discuss these gaps and possible next steps that human rights institutions can take to address them. However, it won't be possible to identify and implement effective human rights-based climate action without the participation of those most affected by the consequences. Communities, as well as environmental defenders, civil society, and indigenous peoples' organizations living and working on the front lines of climate change. The Human Rights Council and other human rights mechanisms have a responsibility to address the needs and demands of these peoples and communities. This is particularly important as civil society and indigenous peoples' organizations are a driving force for change. At the national level, they play a fundamental role in identifying and raising the demands of people affected by climate change and other human rights violations. And to do this, a safe and free civic space is essential for their effective participation, such as today and this afternoon. At the international level, including here in Geneva, civil society and indigenous peoples' organizations have played a pivotal role since the inception of the Human Rights Council in further exploring the nexus between climate change and human rights, and in urging the Council to establish appropriate mechanisms. For example, they have been calling for the creation of a special rapporteur on human rights and climate change for more than a decade, since 2010. But of course, no change is possible without the political will and support of states, as demonstrated by the actual creation of the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Climate Change, or the recognition of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. This is why the Geneva dialogues aim to provide a space for states and UN officials to engage in open dialogue with each other, but also with, and maybe even more important, with civil society and indigenous peoples' organization representatives. For this reason, we are pleased to have been able to support partners from Africa, the Asia-Pacific region, and indigenous territories in Northern Europe to come to Geneva for our event, and I would like to thank them in particular for taking the time and the burden of long journeys to join us here in Geneva today. Beyond the official sessions of today's event, we encourage you to meet and talk with them during the coffee break and a small reception at the end of our event. We hope that this year's Geneva Dialogue will provide the space to discuss shared hopes and expectations and to identify the way forward for further action and synergies to better equip Geneva-based human rights institutions to respond to the urgency and gravity of climate change. With that, I wish us all a fruitful discussion this afternoon, and back to you, Maria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't think I can use better words to wrap up this panel. I also understand some of our panelists need to leave for other urgent commitments. Thank you so much for taking the time, sharing your ideas. Those who are welcome to stay and to continue to engage in the discussions. Thank you very much, everyone. So on to the second panel. I would invite to the panel the next set of speakers. So please bear with us a couple of minutes as we reshuffle the setting. I will start introducing the panelists while they approach us. We will hear from Ambassador Doreen de Broom, permanent representative of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Ambassador Mark Pexten de Butswerve, permanent representative of Belgium. Ambassador Luc Daunivalu, permanent representative of Fiji. Dr. Ian Fry, the Special Rapporteur on the Promotion and Protection of Human Rights in the context of climate change, who's joining us remotely. Dr. Philippe Jaffé, from the Committee of the Rights of the Child, and Ms. Nala Haidar on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. So I would invite all panelists to join the panel. I see there are some pictures that are being taken. So thank you for bearing with us just a couple of minutes. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Thank you. We're all set. And thank you so much also for those helping with nameplates and water, much needed and appreciated. Let's jump right in. I'm happy to introduce, as I actually already introduced the speakers for this new panel on taking stock of climate change work in the human rights system. We actually already started to discuss what are the issues at stake, what are the existing gaps, and what more can be done. And so I'm really pleased to have these speakers today with us because they will address specific processes and mechanisms and identify what has been done, good lesson learned, but also what more can we ask out of these processes. I will start with Ambassador De Bruym. The Marshall Islands recently concluded the first term as a member of the Human Rights Council. And during your term, climate change was among your core priorities. And for instance, you were part of the core group that established the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Climate Change in 2021. More broadly, the Marshall Islands have played and continue to play really a leading role in reminding the international community about the urgency of taking action to stop global heating and ensure access to effective means of adaptation. So the first question for you is, how can the Council truly take stock of and be informed by the message of urgency that is reflected in the latest scientific findings of the IPCC, which we mentioned before, and also better dialogue with other international fora?
Thank you very much, Francesca, and thank you to the organizers for bringing us together today. This is a great opportunity to share thoughts and see each other again. As you know, the Marshall Islands has always been at the forefront of climate diplomacy. Back in 2015, while the Paris Agreement was negotiated, we led a coalition of countries, the High Ambition Coalition, and that was to ensure the inclusion of more ambitious temperature limit of 1.5 in the Paris Agreement. Now, when we opened our permanent mission here in Geneva in 2019, we had a very clear vision. And that vision was having climate change high on the human rights agenda. This became our #1 priority when we were elected as member of the Council. In this role, we strove to amplify the voices of small island states and developing states, and building on the great work of our small island developing states members that were already on the Council, such as Fiji, the Maldives, who was the other one, Bahamas. And so they had already done these in previous years, so we were just amplifying and continuing what they had started. And we tried to engage states from all regional groups as well, as we believe that dialogue is essential for effective collaborative action. So we also tried to connect the climate crisis to other existential threats that our people were suffering, such as our nuclear legacy, reminding the Council that the triple planetary crisis must be addressed holistically. Last March, the IPCC issued their synthesis synthesis report. It reminded us all of something we have been stressing for years, and that's the emissions must decline rapidly in order to keep the global average temperature below 1.5 degrees Celsius. The window of opportunity is narrowing down at an even more rapid pace. 1.5 is the lifeline for countries like the Marshall Islands, but also for the whole world. The IPCC report paints a very somber picture about the irreversible effect of the global scale if global average temperature increases over 1.5 degrees, especially for small island developing states like us. The Marshall Islands continues to experience risk due to climate change, including prolonged droughts, sea level rise, saltwater inundation, which is affecting our food resources, affecting water, affecting our homes, and so forth. We're experiencing frequent storms and natural disasters, climate displacement, migration. We know that we must do and what we must do collectively, and that's immediately phasing out fossil fuels and scaling up renewable energy. It is a matter of political will. At the same time, increased climate finance flows are needed for developing countries to put in place effective mitigation measures, better adapt to climate change and address climate-related losses and damages, and we are already suffering. In this context, the creation of a loss and damage facility at COP27 has been a very important step forward to help vulnerable countries cope with climate change. When it comes to mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage, human rights plays a cornerstone role. Only rights-based participatory measures to address the causes and consequences of climate change ensure effective action in a way that protects, respects, and promotes human rights. Even the IPCC report reaffirms the importance of climate justice, the human rights and equity when putting in place mitigation and adaptation action. It highlights the vulnerability, vulnerability is exacerbated by various types of inequity and marginalization, including gender, ethnicity, disability, age, and colonialism, among others. During our term as a member of the Human Rights Council, we rallied with SIDS to highlight the dire impacts of climate change on the rights of our population and the need for the international community to take action. This is why we worked on the creation of a special rapporteur on human rights and climate change. While our membership has come to an end, we are continuing to engage actively across various human rights institutions to keep climate change high on the agenda. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for reminding us of the urgency, of course, of the climate crisis, and also the fact that the IPCC, in a first, clearly included strong language about really the importance of human rights-based and a participatory action. So having that in the synthesis report is really important, and what has been done by your country and others in the context of the Human Rights Council really had an impact on this outcome. So building upon what you just outlined, how can the Council then deliver responses that can really meet the urgency of the climate crisis, in particularly for countries most at risk, as, of course, the Marshall Islands and other SIDS?
Thank you. See, the Human Rights Council is playing an increasingly important role in better understanding the way in which climate change is interlinked with human rights and clarifying states' relevant obligations. Yet, we believe that it is yet to respond adequately to the urgency and the scale of climate change. It is essential that it interacts with relevant international fora and processes, including the UNFCCC and IPCC. In order for the Council to better address the urgency of climate change, we believe that an inward-looking and outward-looking approach is essential. With regard to the inward-looking approach, the Council, we believe, must step up its work on climate change. We're witnessing an increased polarization of debates on climate change at the Council. This is not acceptable, as climate change affects every single country. We need to bring back the spirit of goodwill and collaboration. This is the only way we can effectively address and solve this collective crisis. As I mentioned before, we led the core group that established the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Climate Change. We are continuously and positively engaging with the core group on human rights and climate change, as we believe that coordination and mutual support is essential. We encourage other core groups to engage with us and with the core group on human rights and climate change as well, openly and constructively, when we address climate change in other resolutions. We are seeing more and more thematic resolutions are addressing climate change. And we welcome this trend, as climate change touches upon an incredible broad range of issues. Yet we think that those resolutions could be more specific and outline concrete recommendations to states also on building wealth of guidance provided by the OHCHR and special procedures. The OHCHR has been pivotal in preparing specific reports on climate change and providing technical assistance. There is still scope to make greater and better use of their support. For instance, through increased technical assistance by helping monitor progress. Looking outside of the Council, it is essential that human rights agenda continues to inform the climate agenda. Looking outside the Council. Excuse me. It is essential that the human rights agenda continues to inform the climate agenda and vice versa. We need to ensure that the human rights world and the climate policy world have better dialogue between each other. The Council and the work of the OHCHR and the relevant special procedures have been essential in developing the concept of the human rights-based climate action. Yet in the context of the UNFCCC, human rights could better be reflected in various mechanisms and decisions. In this sense, it is crucial that the work developed in the Council, OHCHR, and special procedure is better channeled in relevant climate negotiations and frameworks to advance a human rights-based approach to climate change. In the context of the newly established Loss and Damage Fund under the UNFCCC, human rights mechanisms can play a very important role in ensuring that this fund can adequately respond to the needs of the most vulnerable, and its work in accessible, transparent, need-based, and rights-based. Finally, we need to start looking at accountability. The IPCC has warned against the risk of passing tipping points, beyond which we cannot foresee what the effects will be. Now, sea level rise is a tipping point. If we pass 1.5, it is the very habitability of entire regions of the planet that will be at stake. We need to reflect collectively what it means from a human rights point of view to go beyond those tipping points and seriously address questions of accountability, vulnerability, and uninhabitability. And so to close, to ensure that the voice of the small island developing states, the small islands, the voice of the most vulnerable, remains amplified, remains in the Human Rights Council. The Marshall Islands will be running again for the Human Rights Council for the second term from 2025 to 2027. I thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's great to hear that the Marshall Islands are willing to engage again as a member of the Council, and best of luck on your upcoming campaign. And I hear already some concrete asks and ideas around the Council, definitely increased number of resolutions, but there should be, as you say, more concrete and identify really clear recommendations for states. And at the same time, maybe finding a way to then build upon these recommendations, also using the expertise and the support of OHCHR. And definitely echoing your point about reestablishing a climate of trust and avoiding the polarization that we're seeing around the issue of climate change, right to healthy environment, and so on. And staying in the same topic of the right to a healthy environment, I would go now to Ambassador Pexten de Betswerve. Belgium has actively supported the recognition of this right within the Council, but also in the context of UNFCCC. For instance, it's worth reminding that at the last COP, in the cover decision, the last climate COP, the cover decision does recall the recognition of this right, and that's a first. So kudos to you and other delegations that really supported the inclusion of this right within the decision of the climate conference. Now, Belgium is, of course, a member of the Human Rights Council. And so how, in your opinion, does the recognition of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment strengthen climate action?
Well, thank you very much. I will try not to repeat what has already been said. So I think it's important to recognize that the work of the Human Rights Council on environment and climate change has really has had an impact at national level. And what we've seen is that national governments, parliaments, judges have been following suit. And today, more than 80% of the member states of the UN have implemented legislation recognizing the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And in the case of Belgium, let me say, we've inscribed that right in our constitution in 1994. And since then, our national legislation has continued to evolve to, let's say, go deeper and more concrete in the implementation of this right. And so that includes, for instance, granting the public the right to access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. Another example of the continued evolution of legislation is last year, our parliament included the crime of ecocide in our criminal code. And the Minister of Justice has decided to appoint in each judicial district in Belgium a judge specialized in environmental matters. So now we will see how the jurisprudence will evolve, and that's, I think, going to be very interesting to watch. And I expect, now I'm coming to climate change, I think the same will happen with climate change, because the focus is so much today within the public opinion in parliaments, etc., on climate change. So I think we will see also the same evolution taking place, leading really to concrete action, concrete development in national legislation.
Thank you. It's very interesting to hear about the national context in Belgium. It's a powerful reminder of how different levels of policies, the international bubble in which we all live, how actually has very concrete impacts on the national level and vice versa, because of course the recognition at the international level of the right to healthy environment is pivotal to exactly push legislation to evolve, but also the fact that already a lot of nations and countries already had this right recognized at the national level, had this kind of bottom-up push for the recognition at the international level. So looking at the European Union level, and of course as Belgium as being a member of the Union, the European Union has human rights at the core, really, of its climate action. And again, we see it very much in the context of climate negotiations. And so in your opinion, how can a human rights-based approach inform international cooperation, including climate finance? This has been already outlined as a topic that is very important to address in the context of climate change, really to help the most vulnerable countries address the ongoing impact of climate change.
Yes, well, indeed, as you said, a human rights-based approach is really key for the EU and its member states. And so, for instance, the EU has adopted a social and environmental safeguards framework for its external climate action, which requires that all projects financed by the EU comply with human rights and environmental standards. Perhaps a few examples of what a human rights-based approach and climate action can mean. I think we all recognize that climate change affects disproportionately the vulnerable and marginalized communities in different countries. And these communities indeed have very limited resources to adapt or mitigate the impact of climate change. So climate finance and international cooperation must prioritize, must target these vulnerable communities. Also, climate finance, international cooperation must also address discrimination in their action, ensuring that climate action do not exacerbate existing disparities. I think that's very important too. Inclusive and participatory approaches should therefore be prioritized, giving voice to those affected by climate change. So at really local grassroots level, that's very important. And finally, I think very important to also in that action to ensure the safety of human rights defenders that in many countries are at the forefront of the fight for environmental questions, climate change questions, and sometimes they are in danger because of their action. So we also have to make sure that human rights defenders are protected, are taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The clear message about the importance really of participation and safe space, it's really key. And we will hear more also from some of the representatives of civil society. We definitely have some mechanisms under the Human Rights Council, the Aarhus Convention, the Escazú Agreement, but really we need to keep asking ourselves what the Human Rights Council special procedures, treaty bodies can really do to push states to really ensure a safe and free space to allow effective participation. Let me now move back to the Pacific region and over to you, Ambassador Daunivalu. Fiji has been one of the first small island developing states to be elected as a member of the Human Rights Council, and it's really spearheaded the work of the Council on climate change, as Ambassador De Bruyn was already mentioning. And in particularly, Fiji has consistently addressed climate change in the context of the Universal Periodic Review. We see that climate change is increasingly addressed in the context of the UPR, but there is still a scope for further refine the climate-related recommendations that we see coming out of it, and also to broaden the category of states that receive such recommendations. In our analysis, we notice, for instance, that the majority of countries that receive climate-related recommendations are actually developing countries, and so the question is also how to expand this group and also the theme that are addressed in such recommendations. So can you share Fiji's experience with regard to the engagement within the UPR processes? And in general, how can UPR recommendations, once they are issued, how can they be turned into actual policy action at the national level?
Well, thank you for those questions. Just reflecting on the fact that when Fiji took up membership of the Human Rights Council in 2019 for 3 years, it was on the back of our presidency of the UNFCCC COP23. And so a key priority for Fiji was to profile climate change even more within the Human Rights Council. But equally to maintain the advocacy of SEEDs and developing countries within the specific mechanism of the Human Rights Council and its processes. So climate change, environmental rights and displacement issues were some of the priorities for Fiji when it became a member. And our approach as a council member was to enhance our engagement on all fronts and to effectively use the UPR mechanism to advance our priorities. And those priorities were, of course, captured in our membership pledges and commitments. And we developed and implemented a strategy that guided our engagement, which included making constructive and helpful recommendations on environmental rights. And with that strategy, Fiji ensured that every state under review received at least one recommendation that focused on the nexus of climate, environment, and displacement. Now, what was the motivation? Of course, as I alluded to, we felt that within the UPR mechanism, there was still a big gap in addressing the human rights impacts of climate change and environmental degradation, and particularly the action taken by states to address them. And all this despite climate change being a national, a regional, and of course a global priority. And so we felt it was important to continue to use the UPR mechanism to advance those priorities through recommendations that can promote rights-based domestic policies and to actually make a difference on the ground. And we saw it also as a useful way to complement the UNFCCC processes, which required the submission by states of nationally determined contributions. Now, of course, NDCs is a key to measure national mitigation and adaptation efforts, but they do not necessarily capture the human rights impacts of climate change. And so we felt UPR and the Human Rights Council could fill that gap. And what did we find? We observed that more recommendations on climate change or environment and displacement issues led to more mentions by states under review of those issues in their subsequent reporting cycles. So we could see the value of the UPR mechanism as being a flexible and progressive one, and allowed for continuous improvement and adaptation to new challenges and opportunities. But we've also seen more civil society organizations addressing those issues during the pre-sessions, which were valuable, and they were important in raising the visibility and awareness on climate change and environmental issues and helping inform states when preparing for their UPR. So how do we take that forward? Obviously, we could enhance our engagement by asking advanced questions on climate change and the environment, and we are encouraging all states to do that. One of the statements made by the former Special Rapporteur on Environment, David Boyle, that still rings true today, he said that human rights is a catalyst for transformative change. And so we recognize the UPR mechanism is such a tool for making that change to happen. And it's crucial, therefore, that we use that tool as effectively as we can to realize its full potential.
Thank you. I think it's very good that you are encouraging other states to really engage more in the UPR. As you say, being this more state-led process, it can also allow for more constructive dialogue and recommendations and really encourage better action. And also a call for action to CSOs and indigenous peoples organizations to provide information and engage actively in this process, especially those not based in Geneva. And I think this is also a call for action for NGOs like us based in Geneva to really make sure that others based in the country can understand better the process and understand how to meaningfully engage and input more concrete information to then develop more precise recommendations. Looking outside of Geneva, the General Assembly has recently requested the International Court of Justice to issue an advisory opinion on climate change. And Pacific Island students have been really the engine behind this initiative and have managed to gather governments to take this initiative forward with the leadership of Vanuatu and other states, part of the core group, of course. So in the spirit really of breaking silos, I would like to ask you some reflections based on what's happening in that front. Of course, the legal question has an important intergenerational component because it requests the International Court of Justice to clarify the obligation of states in the context of climate change vis-a-vis present but also future generations. And so reflecting on what's happening in that context, how can the Council advance intergenerational equity and also feed into a better understanding of this framework?
Well, it's a huge achievement by the global community to adopt by consensus that resolution in the UN General Assembly for an advisory opinion to be provided by the International Court of Justice. And so well done to all of us. In respect of what the Human Rights Council can do to advance intergenerational equity, a number of things. One, which is quite simple and straightforward, is recognizing and promoting the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, not just for present generations, but for future generations. And I think we've been able to do that, although as I indicated previously, maybe not to the extent that we want, but that recognition is there through the appointment of special rapporteurs. And I think the special rapporteur on environment under Resolution 4813, and indeed the Resolution 4814, if I'm not mistaken, on the appointment of the special rapporteur on climate change, or the promotion and protection of human rights with respect to climate change. These are huge advancements in that recognition by the Council. But secondly, we need to, having now adopted and sent those legal questions to the ICJ, as member states, as international community, we need to support and monitor the progress of the advisory opinion on, by the ICJ on climate change. Within the Council, we need to be doing that. And here, I would urge all member states, all civil society organizations, to make submissions, where possible, to the International Court of Justice in relation and in response to the legal questions that have been put to them. And that's incumbent on us in developing and formulating the jurisprudence, but then making the connection back to the Council mechanism in reporting and in making recommendations within the system of the Human Rights Council. Another element we could do is, utilize is the mechanisms, the special procedures, the UPR mechanisms that needs to be catalyzed to foster intergenerational equity and accountability on climate change and environmental issues. And that's, for us, is already a tick through the appointment of special rapporteurs. One factor that we feel we could also utilize is the enhancement of the cooperation between the Council in dialogue and in collaboration with other UN bodies agencies and mechanisms that deal with intergenerational equity issues. And here I'm thinking about the UNSG's envoy on youth, of course with the UNFCCC, but also with other agencies that you are aware of. And I'm looking to my right, the Committee on the Rights of the Child, that involve youth, that involve young people, that involve those who are actually the future generations. But finally, the involvement of civil society, especially the youth and the children, in the processes and the decision-making on human rights and the environment. And that engagement is vital to ensure that we are addressing this intergenerational equity.
Thank you. A lot of, again, call to actions, and especially I think the need to make submissions to the ICJ, both from states and CSOs. I think, again, the human rights community here in Geneva can play a very important role to really strengthen the human rights dimension of the thinking and legal reasoning of the court. So definitely note taken. Over now to Dr. Fry, who's now joining us online. We've mentioned you and your mandate many times, so it's finally time for us to hear from you directly. And very nice to see you. Thank you for joining despite the different time zones. As we've said many times already, you were appointed as the first special rapporteur on human rights and climate change last year, and are producing various reports on many of the themes that as civil society we identify as priorities. You already produced a report on mitigation, participation, loss and damage. You will be soon presenting one on displacement. And you also conducted a few country visits. For instance, last September, you conducted your first country visit to Bangladesh. So building upon that, can you tell us more about the demands that you've heard from the people on the ground that are really suffering firsthand the impact of climate change? And on the back of that, how can the Council most effectively respond to those needs and demands? Sorry, Dr. Frey, you would need to unmute.
Sorry about that. My apologies. So thank you very much, Francesca, for inviting me to participate in this dialogue. And I regret that I'm not there in person. Yes, my first country visit was to Bangladesh, and I certainly witnessed firsthand the impacts of climate change, particularly related to floods and storm surges. And I visited the Sylhet and Khulna districts in the north and south of the country. And I particularly met with a number of women's and girls groups, and it was very evident to me that they are disproportionately affected by the consequences of climate change. And that's affecting the exercise of a wide range of their rights, including right to sexual and reproductive health, water and sanitation, and education. And I spoke with many girls, and the issue of gender inequality was a regular message. So their ability to be able to seek remedies to their issues was an ongoing challenge. And I met with rural women who'd lost their livestock and their crops in the floods in Sylhet, and they said that it would take at least 2 years for their farms to come back to normal again. Meanwhile, they're having to pay for rent. And so, it was very clear that loss and damage is a major issue for Bangladesh. And I heard that from governments, from civil society organizations, indigenous peoples organizations, that the costs of the impacts of climate change are enormous. The World Bank estimates that Bangladesh suffers an average annual loss of $1 billion per year, which is about 7% of GDP. But those costs increase during particular events. And, we only have to remind ourselves of Cyclone Mocha that hit Cox's Bazar in Myanmar just last week, and the significant damage that caused to the Rohingya refugee camp. So the costs are enormous, and I've just returned from a visit to Pakistan as I was invited to a conference there, and the cost of the floods last year were in the order of billions of dollars. So these countries are clearly, suffering enormous costs, not of their own making. And I think that message was made clear by the previous panel. And we have to take loss and damage more seriously, ensure that the finances are found that are beyond state-based finance. So in my report to the UN General Assembly last year, I recommended the establishment of a special group of finance experts who could think outside the box to come forward with recommendations for innovative sources of finance for loss and damage, and that there are many such recommendations. So the other issue that is a great concern to me is climate change displacement. Millions of people are suffering from hardship caused by climate change, are migrating to cities to seek other opportunities or migrating across countries. In Bangladesh, for instance, it's estimated that 300,000 to 400,000 people are internally displaced each year due to climate change. Inevitably, these people end up in informal settlements or slum areas of major cities where their basic rights are denied. And this has particular consequences for children who have high rates of malnourishment, school dropout rates, child marriage, child labour and abuse. And as Ambassador Garcia alluded to, people who are displaced across international borders due to climate change are not defined as refugees under the UN Refugee Convention, and therefore they fall through the cracks as far as legal protection is concerned. And I'll be reporting to the Human Rights Council this June on the issue of climate change displacement across international borders and how to give proper legal protection for people who are displaced in their circumstances. And I'll be making some recommendations of how to protect these people. So I guess this is, a critical way for the Human Rights Council to react to these recommendations. Obviously, migration is a very sensitive issue. Nevertheless, we cannot shy away from the fact that millions of people are crossing international borders each year because they are being displaced by climate change. And these people suffer a variety of human rights abuses, including disappearance, arbitrary detention, torture, slavery, trafficking, and enforced entry into the sex trade. So these are some of the critical issues that I witnessed in my visit to Bangladesh, and it certainly brought home to me the needs of these people, and particularly around the issue of displacement. Thank you.
Thank you very much also for providing very concrete data about the cost of climate change and number of people displaced. This data is very striking, and we need it also to understand and conceptualize the immensity and the gravity of these issues. You mentioned the number of recommendations that you're planning to issue. And of course, as we said, a lot of recommendations have been already provided also by different mandate holders. But the question remains of how to make sure that the Human Rights Council can incorporate these recommendations from special procedures into its work. And so my question to you is, how do you think we can move in that sense? And do you think there would be a way to track progress and improve follow-up on these recommendations by the Human Rights Council?
This is a good question, and it has sort of concerned me. I guess from my brief observations of how the council works, it appears that key issues are taken up by a core group of countries who work together to develop a resolution, and this is as Ambassador Danilavu indicated, this is what happened with the resolution on the right to a healthy environment. This approach was undoubtedly effective, but it does require a response from at least one key council member and generally a number of civil society organisations to work a campaign around this issue. And so it does seem a little ad hoc in its approach. And I'm thinking whether perhaps the council needs to establish a review committee to follow up on recommendations of special procedures and to track progress in the consideration and implementation of those recommendations. Hopefully, this review committee could be mandated to report back to the council on its work so that the council can react and make recommendations for progress and hopefully resolution. This shouldn't in any way interfere with core groups being established and to sponsor resolutions and seek support for them by the entire council. And as I think we then need to move outside the council, and as Ambassador de Brum suggested, it would be good if the president of the Human Rights Council could have a voice in climate change negotiations, and perhaps even myself may be given a role in reporting to climate change meetings. So hopefully this might be some ideas that could be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fry. Indeed, very interesting ideas, and I hope to also hear some of the reactions from the floor once we open the floor for interactive discussion. As you say, we need to think about really how to take a step forward and really make sure the recommendations don't stay still on paper, but can meaningfully be tracked and monitored. So your ideas definitely are good food for thought. I'm conscious of time, so I will now look at Dr. Jaffé, the committee member of the Committee of the Rights of the Child. We have mentioned already, of course, human rights treaty bodies and the role that they can play in advancing rights-based climate action, and in particularly the Committee on the Rights of the Child has been very active in issuing statements that are particularly strong with regard to the obligation of states to mitigate climate change. And the CRC is now in the process of preparing its first ever general comment, entirely devoted to the environment and climate change. So can you tell us more about what you hope to achieve with your general comment, and also if there are specific legal arguments, that you're aiming to refine in the context of climate change that would be relevant to the work of the Council?
Well, thank you very much, Francesca, and hello to everyone. I guess it seems fairly obvious that the Committee on the Rights of the Child would examine what so many children and young people consider the defining issue of their times, as they put it, a matter of life or death. And so in a way, our General Comment 26 on children's rights and the environment, with a special focus on climate change, is an expression of their participation in giving them voice to the 196 states parties to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. So hold on to your seats, because next week we will adopt. The ink is not quite dry. We will adopt next week the general comment. It will be official once it goes through the UN editing process in June, and we will launch in September. In the comment, we say, quote, that the efforts of children to draw attention to the environmental and climate crisis have created the motivation and momentum for the general comment. And so that's the first objective, if I may say, an unstated objective. The second objective is to promote a holistic understanding of children's rights as they apply to environmental protection. And the third objective is more classical, and that is to provide states with guidance on how to interpret the convention with regard to children's rights and environmental issues. We were, of course, able to piggyback, I used the word before, on Resolution 4813 of the Human Rights Council. And from our child rights perspective, you recognize the child's right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And this is an incremental refinement. We mean that children are affected differently by climate change. And indeed, I think we can all agree it is a fact that their survival and their development are threatened across their childhood into adulthood. And without the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, children cannot entertain any promise of the enjoyment of their other rights. And our general comment states that the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is implicit in and directly linked to the rights to life, survival, and development, the highest attainable standard of health, and an adequate standard of living. So the term holistic is important as the application of a child rights-based approach in the environmental context requires the full consideration of all children's rights, and the process of realizing children's rights is as important as its end result. We obviously also recognize the principle of intergenerational equity and the interests of future generations. And we had a lot of debates about this. It wasn't a given deal, but things have evolved very quickly. One of the reasons is because nearly all the children that were consulted, almost 8,000, affirmed that climate change and environmental damage were threatening future generations. And they also believed that children were the most affected, more than adults. And of course, future generations really means children, because any future generations, a question of logic, starts with childhood. And one last point that stems from our individual communications jurisprudence under OPIC, our third optional protocol, in which some states have experienced through a collective complaint. We're going to push for access to justice. And we consider there must be timely, appropriate, and effective judicial and non-judicial mechanisms for violations of a child's rights relating to environmental harm. And we will, I think, the ink is not dry. I hope it will stay in there. We call on states to ensure that that these mechanisms are readily available to all children under their jurisdictions, including for children victims of transboundary harm resulting from states' acts or omissions within their territories. So we have a lot of things in there, some probably a bit controversial, but we hope that states will take it all on board. Thank you.
Thank you. You helpfully elaborated, of course, on the right to healthy environment, but also mentioned future generation, intergenerational equity, which the Council hasn't looked at that much so far. So definitely we need to think about how to integrate your work into the Council and vice versa, how you can incorporate what's achieved within the Council into your work. And so my question to you is exactly about how we can break better the silos. Many of the panelists before you already stressed the need for different mechanisms to dialogue to each other. Of course, treaty bodies, the Human Rights Council special procedures work at different levels and through different modalities, but each system has its strengths and can really strengthen the work of the others. And so how can we ensure that these mechanisms better dialogue with each other and build on each other's work?
I wish I had some patent for that. So I'll have a little bit of a rehash of the wish list that has already been discussed. But I'd like to quote Sarah Cleveland, a very interesting article on enhancing human rights connectivity. The modern challenge is how, out of a patchwork cacophony of the current human rights system, to ensure that the UN treaty bodies function as part of a larger, cohesive whole, so that they are better linked to each other, to other UN and regional human rights mechanisms, and to states and civil society, in order to maximize the treaty body's capacity as catalysts for the enunciation, development, transfer, and domestic internalization of human rights norms. I think she said it all in one phrase. It was a bit long, but if you recall this, I think it will be great. Obviously, this is a bit of a evanescent illusion that we must stride forwards nonetheless and try to put in place. So in a less skeptical perspective, I'd like to just, and be constructive, I don't want to torture your memory, but you may recall that in 2019, 5 treaty bodies already put out a statement in response to the Climate Action Summit that was convened by the Secretary General. And I think it was still a very good statement It was CDOS, ESC, CMW, CRPD, and CRC. So we can work together and break these silos when there's a political internal will, if you will. Just to skip some of the points that have already been mentioned on all the normative and great steps that have been taken, I do think that we would call for OHCHR's role in creating a venue for treaty bodies to come together and discuss things. I think also we have to find a way for treaty bodies and agencies and the Human Rights Council to empower, and I will speak for children, but all human rights environmental defenders to carry forward and to participate in some of these discussions. That is where the energy is. And also, I'm looking forward to the working group, Human Rights and the business sector. And I think they're going to be putting out a report fairly soon. But I mean, obviously, the business sector is, you just can't get around it. I mean, it's already been mentioned, but it's the elephant in the room in many ways. So yes, we need a mechanism for our bodies to interact also with the Human Rights Council, the special rapporteurs, and I would maybe it's a bit revolutionary. I'd also, and this was given to me as a little bit of a hint by my intern, maybe we should populate this coordinating body with young professionals and interns rather than mandate holders, just to get the energy flowing a bit more than what we're used to in some of our bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, it's true that we always need some fresh ideas and actors. So well noted on that. And we should also incorporate that in the panel that we organized. I definitely take note of this idea of a mechanism. It goes in line with some of other suggestions that have been raised. So again, something to think about also ahead of our more interactive discussions. So let me now turn to Ms. Haidar. You're also a member of a Human Rights Committee, the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. The committee is now in session, so thank you very much for taking the time, and we're lucky to have you in town for this event. And the CEDAW, also, as I was saying, in the context of the CRC, has issued a recommendation and questions covering a lot of themes related to climate change, and has issued very strong recommendations on mitigation, recently on loss and damage, for instance. And of course, these are in line, again, with priorities that we feel as civil society and indigenous peoples organization. With specific regard to these themes, can you tell us more about the role that treaty bodies can play in refining the scope of states' human rights obligations in the context particularly of climate finance that is necessary to provide redress, but also mitigation, including the need to phase out fossil fuels? So looking very concretely at some of these big issues.
Afternoon to everyone, and thanks to all speakers who have done already part of my job, because His Excellency referred to the importance of looking at the disproportionate impact, and then also the special rapporteur specifically focused on women and girls in the context of his visits. Indeed, the committee has been for many years now, even before the adoption of its first ever general recommendation on disaster risk reduction in the context of climate change and all the gendered impact, which, as you probably all know, is General Recommendation 37, adopted in 2018, had already dealt with a lot of countries because of the practice. When we dialogue with member states, we see that the country that has received a very severe weather event has set back all the progress on women, wiped completely. Rural regions, mostly women are in informal sector in the rural region. You have a cyclone. We just had an illustration from the special rapporteur that shows you that you cannot be dealing with women's rights and not be aware of all the gravity of the impact. So the committee has issued several concluding observations to state party for the last decade. Probably one of the recommendations would be, let's compile all our recommendations for all treaty bodies, and let's also make them closer to the special rapporteurs on environment and on climate change, to go to before the Human Rights Council with a body of knowledge. That's already one I would like to make. How can we improve our role and break the CIEL on the one hand, build on the other people's work, and even the work outside the mechanism of human rights? Because how did we understand the issue ourselves? We're not specialists in meteo and in climate. We had these realities and we looked at who's doing what in the UN. We discovered the UNFCCC. We didn't know much about the women gender constituency of the UNFCCC, thanks to the colleague in OHCHR who introduced us, and we started to look at their work. We were working on our general recommendation when the SDGs were being adopted, when the Sendai framework had just seen the light, and when the Paris Agreement was being drafted. So it was so many tools are there, and they don't talk to each other. It's not only CIEL, it's like, we issue these, and then we tell a country, make sure that to include these in specific policies, strategies, legislation, budgets. Maybe we should do some of the work for those countries, bring these instruments in a meaningful way together so that they know what is implemented in the context of the SDG that affects the issues that climate change is addressing. What is the Paris Agreement? It's so much work. When I think about the small islands that we dealt with, like Vanuatu, Kiribati, Nauru, Fiji, and all of those we had dialogue with, to whom we developed recommendation. And I think about their capacity to implement them. I feel really that we sometimes were unfair. We're not taking into account their inability to carry forward these recommendations. So we have a lot of more homework to do to minimize the impact on the states, especially the small islands, as I said, in this particular context. One of the features of the work that is important that we need to do more about is not only deliver recommendation to countries of the South, as was said. We always tell them, be participatory, bring women. Women are not only vulnerable, women are agents of change. We say that, fine. But we have to speak also to those who are causing most of the damage and who have responsibility. And this was alluded to in the previous panel. And we have done that in CEDAW. We've spoken to Norway, now just 2 days ago to Germany, to the United Kingdom, to Sweden, for their other responsibility, because this is where it links back to the loss and damage. Because there is those who are suffering are those who emit less. So there is also a kind of responsibility and compensation that has to be developed into the loss and damage. That will take time. That create resistance already. We heard about that. But this is something also for us to work around those resistance, to come to a fair balance and be able to address that. Last point I wanted to make on the issues that are cross-cutting. For us, for instance, gender-based violence is definitely an issue very much linked to the climate change, to the displacement. Trafficking is of concern to all of us, including to the CRC. How can we use these themes and in a horizontal manner to be able to really capitalize on what we have learned about? And if you wish, I could give you some illustration at one point, maybe of the kind of recommendation, but I want to reiterate that we have to do much more homework together and move from simply putting recommendation in concluding observation, try to see what can be extracted for follow-up across different regions and build on that collectively as treaty body, but also open the door with special procedures, be able to take from the treaty body to the Human Rights Council. Although we don't have this link, as you rightly said, but we have to create a way where this work can influence also the resolution that are drafted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you made an important point about making sure that all the recommendations related to climate change by different treaty bodies are then made accessible to the Council. And maybe I will take the opportunity to present a publication that together with OHCHR, CIEL prepared on collecting all the climate-related recommendations of treaty bodies. And we'll be circulating some flyers because, as you say, And we really need to build upon this wealth of work. A follow-up question for you, and you're already started to alluding to it, it's maybe to what extent are states abiding to your recommendations? You mentioned the need of addressing the root causes of climate change, and so also issuing recommendations to the big emitters that are contributing the most to climate change. CEDAW has been one of the first treaty bodies to address climate in their review, state review cycles. And so we see now that states that did receive recommendations in previous review cycles now are coming before your committee again. So how do you see that states are complying or not complying with those kind of recommendations, and what lessons can we draw for it?
Thank you very much. Indeed, we have some states that came back, and I have to say that in the area of extraterritorial obligations, we have resistance, that's for sure, and there's not going to be an easy ride, and we are conscious of that. But I think we are making a step forward because we are trying to de-dramatize the issue and not to be in any kind of, it's just, measurement of impact and also co-responsibility. And there is a will. The only issue, of course, for this country in particular, where extraterritorial, when it comes to corporate responsibility, to due diligence, they don't feel very comfortable from the outset, but there is a move, I would say, to more and more understanding, and we are capitalizing on the previous recommendation and continuing to go in that direction. For the other set of recommendations that are about essentially for developing country, capacity building, participatory, etc., the receptivity is there. The problem is the capacity. They don't have the capacity to deliver on it. Sometimes they don't grasp it properly when we tell them, bring women to the table. Women can bring the knowledge, indigenous women in particular, women can influence the change. They still don't know how to be able to do it, but they are receptive. So it's also about more exchanging best practices, learning more. That's why we need to be kept informed about all the work of the UNFCCC, and in particular the Women and Gender constituency for us, is crucial to be able to bring closer illustration for how this can be done. And I think coalition between states is important, and exchange of experience between states is also key. We see that happening in the Pacific spontaneously for obvious reasons, but could be replicated in some other sub-regions as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you make an important point about also issues of capacity. So lack of compliance sometimes is also due to simply lack of institutional capacity. So also, again, maybe a call for action to civil society organizations to also try to fill that gap and work more with institutions. So I'm conscious of time, and thank you very much to the panelists. We got so many ideas and points to reflect upon even beyond this event, but now I'd really like to turn to the audience. We have about 15 minutes, not as much as we were hoping to, but we would really like to hear any reactions you might have of the many points that have been raised, questions you might have for speakers. We're really thinking in terms of action-oriented ideas and approaches. How can we make these human rights mechanisms more fit for purpose to really respond to the urgency of climate? So I would open the floor. Just please raise your hand or flag and make sure that you introduce yourself. Yes, I see a participant to the back. Please say your name and organization or country of affiliation, and then, yes, Mr. over there.
Thanks very much. And again, congratulations to all the speakers. I think it's been great. I'm David Boys with the Global Union Federation called Public Services International. And this is the first panel on participation. Trade unions originated the just transition concept to ensure that working people in their communities are also protected in the move to low carbon, seeing that investors are systematically able to ensure their access to public subsidies to deal with their stranded assets. Yet, across the world, very few governments invite workers and trade unions into the NDC policymaking process. Can governments in the room press this issue with their capitals?
Can the OHCHR, can you work with the ILO on this issue? Because not only are our careers, our families, and our communities at risk, especially those engaged in high carbon activities, but those of us that deal with the effects of the climate crisis, health and care, water, energy, municipal workers, we need the staffing levels, decent working conditions, tools, and training to build the adaptation systems that can protect people and planet. So please, when you go home, remember the workers and their trade unions want to be at the table to help create the resilience we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will let speakers decide which questions to respond to, but maybe I will now take another question.
Thank you very much. Sean O'Connell, Human Rights and Rule of Law Specialist with UNDP. So just quickly to say, very happy to hear discussion around private sector and human rights due diligence. As Surya Deva mentioned earlier on, UNDP is developing a practical guidance on human rights and environmental due diligence. So hopefully there's some kind of common framework or reference point against which to assess the performance of companies, especially in the context of climate change. But actually my question is in the spirit of a dialogue and brainstorming, it's something that's coming down the line, I would imagine even much quicker than some of the multilateral efforts, and that is climate litigation. And I'm wondering what type of role mechanisms can play. As we know, citizens are getting a little bit impatient about political processes and taking to the courts. In Europe alone, we have a case taken in Switzerland against in the European Convention or the European Court of Human Rights, and also actually children in the Portuguese context taking a case. So it would be interesting to see if the mechanism can. Should we be discussing this, or should it just be left to the courts, or should we be ready for when these cases are decided and some of the consequences of these cases will have huge impacts on our work, or as we as the UN should be supporting these efforts? And I'm particularly happy that Special Rapporteur Ian Fry is on the panel as well, because I know he's been looking into this issue and bridging the gap between our multilateral discussions and what's happening in the courtroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wonder if there is any other question from the floor. Otherwise, I would turn to the panelists if any would like to answer, and also Dr. Fry, don't hesitate to raise your hand. Okay, sorry, let me take this other question from this gentleman over there, and then I will give Ms. Haidar the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much. I am Stefan Ruchti with the International Cryosphere Climate Initiative, and I would like to thank you for the excellent presentations. I would pick up on the issue of intergenerational equity, which has been put forward by quite a few of the speakers. As a former climate negotiator, I experienced how long-term the definition changed from 2050 to 2100. And we have to be aware that the threats, the risks emanating from climate change will continue to increase beyond 2100. I mean, the availability of fresh water due to loss of ice and snow in the mountains will not only affect the mountain regions, but also hundreds of millions of people in downstream watersheds. If we think of 1.5 degree temperature rise in terms of the thawing of ice on Antarctica and Greenland ice sheets, this will mean 6 to 9 meters of sea level rise over the next few centuries. So my question is, how do we deal with this kind of intergenerational justice, which goes beyond what we have imagined so far? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So 3 clear questions on just transition, workers' rights, climate litigation, intergenerational equity, and tipping points. So I see Ms. Haidar, you raised your hand, and then I saw also Dr. Fry. So maybe let's start with you, Ms. Haidar.
Thank you very much. Without going into the detail of the request from the worker union, I think working with ILO is extremely important on all issues that we work with, and we have a lot of interaction also between the convention, in particular our convention, and those of the ILO. So I'm sure OHCHR will reply better. I wanted to react initially on the litigation. Indeed, this is extremely important. And we have just had a look recently. I was preparing a presentation and I couldn't imagine the number of cases. And the fact that we have optional protocols and that these individual communication can also come to treaty body. And we heard from my colleague, Mr. Rafi, that they have already had some specific related to environment in the CRC. And we are watching very closely one litigation from women in Switzerland to the European Court on the impact of climate change. So we are definitely, this is going to create the jurisprudence for all of us, and we will learn from it. So I would encourage anyone can support these groups. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to Dr. Fry.
Yes, thank you. And I'd certainly like to thank Sean for his question. It's certainly something that's on my radar screen is looking at litigation. It's a critical issue that connects the issue of climate change and human rights. And we need to ensure that, judgments are made that do take on board human rights and climate change. And I want to pick up on the point made by Philip Jaffe about the access to justice. And this is one thing that I'll be doing in my report to Human Rights Council next year, is looking at the blockages to access to justice. And that's certainly, as we've seen, certain cases where children have presented cases and have been blocked by appearing before courts for various reasons. And I think we have to look at these sort of blockages to it. One of the other issues is critical, and I've been involved with, is education of the judiciary around the connections of human rights and climate change. Good decisions can't be made unless judges understand the issues, and so this is a critical issue. And as you mentioned previously, there are a number of advisory opinions that are being considered at the moment, and a number of special rapporteurs are working together to prepare amicus briefs around those advisory opinions. So there is a strong connection between litigation work and the work of the special the mandate holders, and it's clearly an area that we need to look at further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Danny Valu, if you would like to reply.
Yeah, maybe just to add on the climate litigation question, I think it's something that is a tool for us to use, and we should utilize that. But I think the implication for governments is to develop policies that respond to the needs and the priorities, particularly environmental and climate change aspects, that deal with intergenerational issues, with the labor rights or rights of workers. And we are seeking to do that in Fiji in developing policies, but also enacting a climate change law, but looking at informing and raising awareness, besides building capacity. And I think that's a responsibility not just of governments, but everyone working together. But just like make a plug for this book, which I found very useful, just sitting here and reading through it, which addresses also climate litigation in protecting human rights, amongst other very useful aspects. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Dr. Jaffe.
Yes, thank you very much. I think this is a critical question. And I quickly say I'm not a specialist of litigation, but the way I see it is that children need access to justice and lodge complaints. And I think our new general comment, if you recall, I said that the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is implicit in all the other rights. So in a way, I think we're going to be opening floodgates to opaque individual communications, which I personally think is a good thing. Maybe some of my colleagues will cringe at that. But I also think we need to go a step further. And here I'm only speaking on my own personal behalf. I've been very frustrated by the slow pace of litigation. And everybody says it's urgent. And I know lawyers and judges need time, and no question about that. But I think we need to go a little bit step further. And I'm speaking as a psychologist. I see child maltreatment when I see it. I know child maltreatment when I see it. I know child abuse when I see it. And it's a criminal matter. And here I think we need to step into the criminalization of violations of environmental rights. of children. I'm speaking for myself. Please don't repeat this to the committee because I'll be in trouble. But somebody talked about more binding elements to all this movement. And I think this is one of the aspects that we need to look into. And I look to the lawyers and jurists for creative ways to move in that direction. It was me by myself. Please.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, time is up. This is not the end of our conversation. We will have now a break, but I really encourage the audience and also the panelists that can stay on to really come with other ideas and questions. We will now have a 15-minute break. Please go and get some coffee and biscuits that are provided right outside of the room, and we will be back in 15 minutes to hear from the next panel. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you, Dr. Fry. I understand you will stay onwards, and we will see you in 15 minutes.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. I'd ask that you move toward your seats. Thank you very much for joining us today. My name is Ben Schachter. I coordinate the work of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights on the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And I'll be moderating this second panel of the Geneva Dialogues for Human Rights and Climate Change, as well as our closing session. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you today. You heard from one of my bosses earlier in the opening panel, so I will dispense with making introductory remarks myself, so we can move directly into hearing from our expert panelists. The panelists will be speaking to and drawing from a series of roundtable discussions held yesterday, which focused on issues of civic space, loss and damage, just transition, fossil fuels, and false solutions. We're very grateful to have these experts here with us to share their thoughts and reflections on the panels that have preceded and on these specific issues and how they can be addressed globally and by the Council. I would be very grateful to the panelists if they can keep to time or even shorter in order for us to have ample time for a discussion and conversation. I am going to now ask the first panelist, Chiara Liguri, she's a climate justice and policy advisor from Amnesty International, to share some reflections on the issue of civic space. Over to you, Chiara.
Thank you. So yeah, we have already heard from previous speaker some of the challenges, but just to recap on some of these. So we already heard how urgent the climate crisis is. It is not a single issue. It is an existential crisis that is affecting all aspects of our lives. And so many people are already feeling the pain, struggling to survive in the face of floods, droughts, extreme heat, sea level rise, and so on. And for others, it is the fear of what it is to come that is haunting them. And because of this vastity of this crisis, we need people to come together, to tell their stories, to demand more action from the UN, their governments, their cities. And yet, almost everywhere, people face enormous barriers to exercise these rights. Environmental human rights defenders face enormous risks for protecting their lands, territories, and the planets we all need, particularly women and indigenous defenders, and others facing intersecting forms of marginalization. And as Global Witness documented, about 200 environmental defenders are killed every year, and many more are subject regularly to harassments and attacks and threats. Also, so many environmental defenders from around the world are criminalized, and we are seeing with alarm an increasing use of strategic lawsuits against public participation, so-called SLAPs. These are legal actions used by corporations and others in power to silence, intimidate, deter, or punish journalists or defenders, for example, by bringing defamation charges when they expose wrongdoings. And they are brought or threatened to be brought by corporations and others with the intention of silencing or intimidating those defenders, and generally deterring critical voices. And then peaceful protests and acts of resistance, including civil disobedience, are essential tools to enhance climate action. We need people protesting, dissenting, exposing wrongdoing, engaging with governments critically on climate decisions and proposals, opposing fossil fuel extraction and deforestation, and so on. But so many times they cannot do this because of domestic laws and practices. In more extreme cases, civic space is completely closed because of systematic arrest and persecution of dissenters, or laws banning or restricting the work of civil society organizations. But also in some contexts where the exercise of the rights to freedom of expression, peaceful assembly and associations used to be possible, such as several global north countries, these are now often restricted because of laws limiting and banning assemblies, many of which have specifically targeted climate protesters. And so civil society organizations, indigenous peoples, and representatives of marginalized groups are not yet able to fully and meaningfully participate in decision-making processes concerning climate. Those who know best what the climate crisis is and the loss and damages that it's producing, they are often neglected, or only a few selected people can participate in cosmetic consultative processes. And then decisions don't take into account their views. And so often the right of indigenous peoples to free, prior, and informed consent is systematically violated, also in relation to climate measures. And also at the international level, participation in climate decision-making is not easy. For example, let's consider climate COPs. Opportunities for observer participation are already very limited because organizations need to be accredited. The process is long, and for that is long and cumbersome. And then there is a hurdle of finding funds, getting visa, which sometimes are denied. And then once defenders are there, they face a lot of restrictions to the exercise of the right to protest and meaningfully participate. So we have a number of examples at different COPs in recent years with observers denied entry in Katowice or expelled, or observers facing important barriers at COP26 in Glasgow to access negotiations, and then even more serious restrictions last year in Sharm el-Sheikh with issues of surveillance, arrest of protesters before COP, and so on. And we risk seeing similar issues this year. I'm going to stop here and continue later.
Thank you very much, Chiara, and you will be continuing almost immediately. Just want to emphasize the importance of the issue you've raised, including a number of issues related to access to safety and security in the context of the climate negotiations, as well as access to judicial process, which is jeopardized by strategic lawsuits, SLAPs. So back to Chiara to share with us some ideas about how the human rights mechanisms can more effectively address these issues and others you have raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben, again. Yeah, so this, we, as Ben was saying earlier, we have had some discussions yesterday, which still needs refining, but we can share some preliminary recommendations. First of all, as a broad theme, as I said, the environmental human rights defenders needs to be recognized for the important role that they play. And in particular, and so we identified some sort of key broad areas of intervention. One is more work to prevent attacks and criminalization of defenders, but also removing barriers to protests and facilitating access to justice. And so what the Human Rights Council can do, there was an idea to organize a panel focusing on the prevention of attacks and violence to human rights, environmental human rights defenders, because so often we mourn those defenders who are killed, but we need to take action to prevent these killings. And then member states participating in UPR reviews should specifically address the challenges faced by environmental human rights defenders, including in the global north, and formulate concrete recommendations. And also, because of the big backlash on civil disobedience, the Council must send a clear message that civil disobedience is protected by international law, including through the relevant resolutions. And because we spoke so much about the need of breaking silos, so we should have, the Council should integrate specific recommendations related to environmental human rights defenders in resolution on protests and peaceful assemblies, and also on civic space in climate change resolutions. And then for the UN special procedures and treaty bodies, particularly the Human Rights Committee, can also contribute to clarifying human rights obligations and the limit of state responses to acts of civil disobedience. Special procedures can specifically highlight instances of infringement on the right to freedom of expression, peaceful assembly and association, including in their annual reports, during their country visits, and when receiving individual communications. And treaty bodies and special procedure can deal with specific cases of environmental human rights defenders through allegation letters and individual communications. So this probably also puts the onus on us, on civil society organizations, to foster and facilitate these communications. And then the second area that we identified is combating corporate capture and addressing conflict of interest. So this has to do with the reality that more and more official decision-making processes, including related to climate change, see active engagement from businesses, while at the same time the civic space for human rights defenders is shrinking and the opportunities for participation are reducing. And also the conflict of interest of business executive occupying policy and public spaces in climate decision-making. And so our recommendations include, for example, for special procedures, to do an institutional visit to the UNFCCC or other bodies to call on corporate capture of UN processes, or reports on corporations and manipulation and how they are manipulating information, and how this can be actually countered by science and human rights. And also embark on a process to design guidance for states to develop anti-SLAPP safeguards that can prevent the abuse of the justice system to silence journalists and environmental defenders. And obviously, as other speakers earlier highlighted, it is quite crucial to conclude the negotiation for member states in other spaces, but to conclude negotiations on the binding treaty on business and human rights. And then the third broad area is for meaningful community, for meaningful participation of and involvement of communities and indigenous peoples. And so special procedures, treaty bodies, and UPR reviews can illustrate the barriers for participation, especially for marginalized groups, and recommend and formulate recommendations to overcome them, both globally and in specific national contexts. And also special procedures, we mentioned earlier an institutional visit to the UNFCCC on corporate capture, but this could be also be countered complemented by looking at opportunities and barriers for meaningful participation. And also special procedures and the Human Rights Council should protect the rights of indigenous peoples, including particularly the right to free, prior and informed consent. And really stress that indigenous peoples is kind of different than local communities. Local communities are important, and we need and they obviously have rights, but indigenous peoples must be recognized as such, as rights holders, and our colleagues can expand on that. And finally, if I can, just some cross-cutting issues that were highlighted is the weakening of multilateralism that needs to be addressed, but also the importance of addressing root causes that lead to protests, civil disobedience, and difficulty to participate. And so these root causes have to do with inequalities, the consequence of colonialism, and also neo-colonial approaches that prevents indigenous knowledge to be recognized at equal level, or indigenous and other grassroots defenders to lead the way towards climate solutions.
Thank you. Thank you for a very interesting summation of some of the discussions that took place yesterday, including some ideas for a wide range of human rights mechanisms to more effectively engage on these issues. And in particular, you referenced the work that can be done to better protect environmental human rights defenders, to address corporate capture and conflict of interest, and to support empowerment and participation of persons, groups, and peoples in vulnerable situations, and in particular, indigenous peoples. And look forward to continuing discussion of those issues once we get to the question and answer session. For now, I'd like to introduce our next panelist, Basma Eid, who is the Campaign and Membership Coordinator of the International Network for Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. She'll be sharing with us some initial remarks on the issue of loss and damage, and the next question is really the same. So I'm wondering if I should allow you to jump right back into it so they don't have to hear from me again. So some framing remarks on the issue of loss and damage, and then some reflections on the way that human rights mechanisms can address the issue.
Sure, yeah, I will try to keep it as brief as possible, but thank you to all the other panelists and for all of today's discussions. I think they've been very enriching. Just to sort of start off by saying ESCRNet is a global network of over 300 members from over 70 countries. Our members consist of indigenous peoples, of peasant movements, feminists, labor movements, NGOs, and individuals. And for many of our movements, they have really affirmed the centrality of loss and damage as a key demand in the struggle for climate justice. And I know that loss and damage has recently become a very hot topic, so to say, but this is not anything new. This is a topic that's been being pushed for over 3 decades. And I think it's really important to sort of historicize the legacy of the struggle to really get the issue of loss and damage on the table and to really come away with commitments. And I think what we saw out of the last COP, is encouraging, but there's still a long way to go. So, I think it's been said many, many, many times, but I will say it again. Of course, there's no denying that those who have contributed the least to the climate crisis, and in many cases, the communities that are really sort of reversing the effects of the climate crisis, who are defending our environments and our territories, are unfortunately the communities who have suffered the most severe impacts of the climate crisis. And the historical and present responsibility for the climate and biodiversity crisis, the triple planetary crisis that we've heard so much about, lays with the wealthy and highly industrialized states, the corporations, and institutions which have forced the rest of us to buy into a system that centers solely around limitless growth rooted in extraction, exploitation, and violence, regardless of the harm that is caused to our people and to our planet. And we really must acknowledge how the legacies of colonialism, of extractivism, and imperialism have forced the Global South to confront these climate impacts with scarce resources, increasing climate vulnerabilities, and undermining our adaptive capacities, resulting in immense global inequalities. Of course, this is a global crisis, and if we've learned anything out of the current pandemic, which we are actually still in, as a reminder, clearly there's a lot of cooperation that needs to advance. And so it's important to really recognize that this crisis is unfortunately disproportionately felt by particular communities facing marginalization. And it's important to recognize that the rights holders who belong to racial and ethnic minorities, including Black folks, Afro-descendant communities, gender and sexual minorities, including non-binary and gender non-conforming people, women and girls, indigenous peoples, migrants, people with disabilities, people living in conflict-affected areas, including situations of occupation and apartheid, individuals and communities facing impoverishment and dispossession, for example, small-scale food producers, these are the communities that really are experiencing an intersecting form of marginalization. And it's really through this intersectional lens that we need to understand loss and damage. So just to sort of be clear, when we talk about loss and damage, we are talking much more broadly about the wider demand for redress for climate harms. Loss and damage from climate change really relates to those impacts that can't be avoided through adaptation and mitigation. I know we talk so much about adaptation and mitigation, but really we need to get to sort of the root causes, right? So climate-fueled extreme weather events, bushfires, cyclones, floods, droughts, the list is endless. We understand what those crises look like. And when we talk about addressing loss and damage, there's so much focus, I think, on the financial and the quantifiable economic sort of impacts of loss and damage. But for so many of our communities and for our members, the fight for loss and damage is not just one about financial compensation.
It's really about how do you address for the non-economic losses? How do you compensate for a loss of your culture, a loss of your tradition, of the relationship that you hold to a place that no longer exists? And I wanted to sort of bring into the space just a quote from one of our members, who is part of CIEL, which is the Coordinadora Andina de Organizaciones Indígenas. So it's an Andean regional network. And this comes from Toribia, who's a leader, a feminist leader in the movement. And so I think it's important just to sort of say, in her words, as she can't be here, there are water shortages because of the changing climate. The lands are desertified, our traditional plants are lost, and territory is devastated. We see the disappearance of lagoons and lakes. The lakes mainly represent us women and is one of our deities. And when it disappears, that takes away our knowledge and worldview. There's a great loss of biodiversity. Our children will no longer see these animals, these amphibians, these plants. And so you can't put a dollar sign on that. You can't put any sort of amount of money that can really reparate and compensate for the loss of a community's entire world cosmovision of their existence. And so I think just there's sort of, there's been so many conversations on loss and damage, but I think really bringing in this emphasis on the non-economic losses feels super important. As a very general sort of overview, I think, of the issue, I think perhaps moving to sort of some of the recommendations, I think we heard a lot in the first two panels in terms of, what states can be doing, what human rights mechanisms can be doing. And it's clear there are solutions. I don't think, anyone suggested anything that we haven't actually already talked about. It was great to sort of hear the reference to the resolution in 2019 from a number of treaty bodies. I think that's a great first step, but of course there's more to be done. Maybe just briefly to sort of add to what Chiara had sort of said, I think this sort of need for coherence across institutions feels super important. Perhaps creating space for mandate holders or others to sort of come together to sort of develop some coherent, I think, language around loss and damage feels super important. That's rooted in human rights. We hope that they can continue to find ways to reinforce the messages that communities have been putting forth for decades. I think the question on finance is one that is important, of course. I think looking forward to sort of what's gonna come out of what's coming out of this past COP, we really want to ensure that there is direct access to funding for communities with safeguards to ensure that human rights are respected. When it comes to financing, I think the other thing that we really talked a lot about is just making sure that access to financing isn't just reproducing economic inequalities. We're not trying to just further indebtedness of the global south, but we want to find new ways to holistically take on loss and damage. It's already been said, but of course, really championing the legally binding instrument is incredibly key. If we're not taking on fossil fuels, we're not actually addressing loss and damage. Anything else is just a Band-Aid. And I think, maybe lastly, just to sort of say, is encouraging implementation. I think this is also something that the Special Rapporteur had mentioned earlier, but, there are concrete solutions, or there can be, I think, greater concrete resolutions, but sort of like moving forward in implementing some of those things that have been passed feels like an easy first step. I think getting a positive resolution is half the battle, and I think it comes now to sort of states to really implement. Yeah, so I think, sorry, that was a lot. I spoke quite fast, but hopefully you got it.
I think we got it. And thank you very much. It was indeed a lot, but very concise and really raised a number of the key issues that need to be addressed in this context, including non-economic loss, which is a turn of phrase that I really don't like. What we are talking about are the issues you raised, which is loss of livelihoods, ways of being, and lives. And ultimately, these are human rights losses, violations, and impacts we're talking about. Framing it as non-economic losses is a very impersonal and, in many ways, inhumane way of framing a narrative. And I think that's one of the challenges with a lot of UNFCCC discussions, and what we need to bring from the human rights side to those discussions is the human face the discussion. So thank you for your effort and contribution to do so. I'm now going to move on to our next panelist, who is Niti Nesadurai, and apologies if I'm not doing great with the names. Trying my best. Thanks, Niti. He's the Director and Regional Coordinator of Climate Action Network Southeast Asia. And I'd invite you to share some framing remarks on just transition and to, as Basma, jump directly into sharing some ideas about how human rights mechanisms can address just transition.
Will do. Thank you, Ben. And hello, everyone. Climate Action Network Southeast Asia is part of Climate Action Network, which is a network of more than 1,800 member organizations in more than 130 countries around the world. And CAN Southeast Asia has been hosting the Just Transition Forum in Asia since 2021. And so we've had it for 2 years already. And this year from September 6 to 8, we'll be holding the Just Transition Forum in Asia 2023. CANC is also involved, has just embarked on a 4-year project on implementing just energy transition in an active coal mining region in East Kalimantan, Indonesia, which is, probably the biggest coal mining region in the country. We are part of a consortium which comprises the International Labour Organization, the International Trade Union Confederation, and Wuppertal Institute. So it's a very great opportunity to provide real-world experience to implementing of just transition, which we talk so much about. So how do we understand a just transition? Basically, we are in the midst of a climate emergency, and we have to keep temperature rise to well below 1.5 degrees. Not that keeping it below 1.5, as someone mentioned in the intervention in the earlier panel, is a great scenario. It's also very bleak. We are consuming the resources of 1.75 planets now. Even if we get to close to 1.5, and we are still going to be consuming, more than 1.75 planets, probably across 2, which will not end well. So how do we need to address? So it's not a matter of reducing emissions. It's a matter of really getting down to zero as soon as possible. And what this means is ending new and ongoing fossil fuel production based on fair share and equity. Now, we need to shift the fossil fuel-based energy to RE-based energy for electricity generation and transport. And the reality is that transitioning to renewable energy actually is more cost-effective than relying on fossil fuels. So there is also an economic imperative to move in this, to make this transition. It's more cost-effective. Just transition also applies, we talk about just transition in the context of energy, yet it also applies to all sectors, all non-energy sectors as well. There's a need to decarbonize cities, agriculture, food systems, the need to shift from meat-based protein to plant-based protein. 15% of greenhouse gas emissions are coming from the livestock production sector. There's plastics, was also mentioned in the previous panels, health. These are all issues which, as we decarbonize, we need to think, we need to have a just transition in the decarbonization process. So what happens to those stakeholders? The workers especially, depending directly or indirectly on these sectors which are going to be decarbonized. So what happens to them? So this is related to their right to work and social protection. So for them, for all these stakeholders, they require just transition. So what just transition provides is an opportunity for radical transformation from highly carbonized sectors to a low carbon development or carbon neutral pathway, which creates alternative livelihoods or good quality jobs in a society which is envisioned by all stakeholders, which is not top down, which is bottom up, a society which is just, humane, sustainable, and equitable. For a more academic description, just transition implies socially inclusive processes which mitigates potential negative effects of the green economy transition while maximizing shared opportunities and seeking to address underlying injustices in society. So this is where climate change and human rights goals are achieved. Based on current evidence, there's very limited examples to show that current approaches to just transition going on currently use a human rights framework. Another problem is that there are vastly differing opinions on just transition, especially amongst governments. And they don't view it quite in the manner which I described it, to put it very bluntly. Now, while energy transition has been taking place, it's happening without the element of justice. Examples include, the large solar projects, the large hydro, the large wind projects, which has led to displacement, which has led to displacement of indigenous peoples, local communities, and even with the three just energy transition partnerships, which have got a lot of publicity recently with South Africa, Indonesia, and Vietnam, the deals have been made in secrecy. No one on the ground, apart from the level of the elites, no one really at that time when the deals were signed, no one really knew what it entailed, So be that as it may, let's look at how can we drive just transition in a positive manner. So there are 4 elements which just transition incorporates. One is procedural justice. Who gets a seat at the table? Inclusivity. And the old style of, we'll call for a meeting and whoever comes and sits around a table will get their views and we've done our consultation, doesn't cut it anymore. Women who are busy working, they've got no time to come and sit around a table at your time and your convenience. People with disabilities, indigenous peoples, marginalized communities, those who are without power. How do we incorporate them in the discussion? So that's the aspect of who gets a seat at the table, procedural justice. The next is distributive justice. Who gets what? The element of equity. We can't have a system shifting from one model to another model, which carries all the injustice of the past system, where the inequity, where those who have benefited the most continue to benefit. And I'm afraid I'm seeing that now. We are shifting from a fossil fuel-based model where the same model is now being transferred to the renewable energy model with the play of the major corporations and big players without the democratization, without the decentralization, without the public participation. That's happening. And the third is, of course, restorative justice, addressing past injustices. We cannot, we have to acknowledge that injustice has happened in the past and they need to be addressed in the new model of just transition. And of course, the last one is intergenerational equity. Thinking of the future generations and ensuring that they get a fair share as well. So what are the factors influencing the outcomes of enabling a proper just transition process? First of all, there needs to be government political will. The next part of that is there needs to be all of government inclusion, because many a time the focus remains for those, in federated countries, remains at the level of the federal government, whereas the implementation takes place at the level of the state government and local government. Many a time they're not involved. So there has to be a, sort of horizontal integration between the different levels of government. Finance. Who's going to pay for this? Where's the money going to come from? Critical question, because this is going to cost money. And then incorporation of safeguards for indigenous peoples, women, children, marginalized, vulnerable groups. There need to be safeguards to ensure that the transition which happens doesn't lead to their further marginalization. And even just now, when I was talking about the transition, many a time the transition from fossil fuels to renewable has been at the benefit of the global north, with the global south picking up debt. So these are things we have to avoid. And then also just want to mention a worrying trend that owners are being again, with just transition, the owners of the fossil fuel companies, the model is to buy them out. So those who have benefited from billions, millions, if not billions in profits, the coal mining companies, the oil and gas companies, the model is, and also benefited from subsidies, billions in subsidies. The model now is, let's buy them out and we close the plant, thereby, without consideration for what the community is going to get. It's like, okay, or let's make them more energy efficient, or let's incorporate a solar plant to do the coal-fired power plant. So those are worrying trends. The second thing is the push for critical minerals, rare earths, minerals. Now it's, we need to transition to the green economy, so we need critical minerals. And if they are sitting below protected forests, they are protected areas, that's okay. We can clear the forest because the minerals is what we need for the green transition. And this kind of thinking is quite prevalent. It's quite frightening. So the good thing is that there's a lot of discussion now already going on just transition. It's very mainstreamed. And the UNFCCC has got, they had the declaration on just transition in Glasgow. They got the Just Transition Work Program. Civil society think tanks have developed materials and various organizations. So what measures should be designed and implemented by different actors? What we need is the creating of an institutional framework for mainstreaming just transition. There needs to be the tripartite model and social dialogues with government, employers, and workers. And we also need to have tripartite plus, engaging communities and other stakeholders in the process. And most importantly, we need institutionalized consultative processes within society, within governments, which is a big weakness, especially in countries in the global south, where they don't have these consultative processes with communities. So, so what we really need is real positive, real-world examples, and we need to broadcast them, like where are the good models on where institutional frameworks for mainstreaming just transition are present, and where all of government approach has taken place. There's something interesting development happening in Colombia. India's got some existing very good models on how the state governments and local governments are being involved. So with that, I'll just move on. The last point on what role can Geneva-based human rights institutions play in advancing a just transition. One is to position just transition across all catalogs of human rights, and that's basically creating the institutional framework to mainstream just transition within all the human rights, UN human rights organizations, because the human rights framework can provide for the foundation for procedural justice, distributive justice, and restorative justice. So the human rights institutions can provide advice on how human rights can be integrated into just transition. I also mentioned there's been some injustice in the past, in the transition. So there's a need to conduct research, analysis, and study on how just transition could adversely impact specific groups through finance, debt, and trade, and worsen the existing situation of inequality. And in this regard, we encourage the special procedures to do reports on these issues. And treaty bodies should incorporate just transition in their presentations to states on human rights, including the need to create an institutional framework to mainstream just transition. And there needs to be complementarity between one mechanism and another, one human rights mechanism and another on just transition, and work beyond silos. And finally, the United Nations Human Rights Council should table a resolution on just transition. Back to you, Ben.
Thank you very much, Niti. And I think one of the issues, well, many of the issues you raised are very important, but I want to highlight one thing you said, which is that there are a wide variety of perspectives on what just transition means, and it means different things to different actors and stakeholders. I want to emphasize how important it is that a rights-based approach to just transition, like the one you articulated, is the one that is advanced and becomes our common understanding. And I think you highlighted some of the ways that the human rights mechanisms can help us get there, get to a vision where just transition is about procedural justice, addressing inequality, restorative justice, and intergenerational equity. So with that said, I'm going to turn to our next panelist, Ghazali Orella from the he's International Relations and Indigenous Rights Advisor from the Alifuru Council. And he'll be sharing some reflections on fossil fuels and the need to phase out, which of course has been raised in many contexts by different speakers. And Ghazali, you have the difficult task of trying to bring it all together for us concisely, and then sharing some ideas about how to take it forward and the work that the human rights mechanisms can do to advance this.
No, thank you so much, Benjamin. Obviously, I was up all night trying to collate all the views of the participants of the roundtables, and just want to acknowledge all the participants of the roundtables as well, and yesterday's fruitful discussions. If you don't know who the Alifuru Council is, let me explain that to you a little bit. I'm from the Alifuru people of Maluku, which is right above Australia, between Australia and the Philippines. 999 islands, still trying to find one to make 1,000. However, with climate change, who knows? And we have 2 million indigenous peoples, and I'm one of them. And I'm also bestowed the task to try to collate the views of yesterday's roundtable on fossil fuels. And is this a sequence, or is there a break between that you're gonna?
I've dispensed of the break, so people don't have to hear from me. I start talking, and sometimes I forget to stop. So
That's okay.
Go.
So to make your life easier in terms of in this particular conversation, I've highlighted bullet points, and obviously I'll start with some context, and as well as some major points that you can take into account when it comes to the human rights institutions here in Geneva. Obviously, the extractive industries, including fossil fuel industry, since its inception, has been at the epicenter of numerous controversies, from environmental degradation to climate change. However, a dimension that often remains overlooked is the profound implications that this industry holds for human rights. In light of this roundtable aimed to frame for you the problem of fossil fuels through a human rights perspective, so that the fossil fuel industry is not only scrutinized through an environmental lens, but also through the prism of human rights. And yesterday's discussion carefully unpacked this complex issue, offering a human rights-centric examination of the industry. And I will share with you 3 high-level insights uncovering the systemic problems, revealing the imperative for sustainable and equitable solutions, and highlighting the importance of including those most affected in decision-making processes. The main idea, the biggest takeaway, is that to adequately address fossil fuels, there is an urgent need for a comprehensive human rights-based approach to addressing the negative impacts of the fossil fuel industry on climate change, focusing on accountability, sustainability, and engagement with indigenous peoples and impacted communities. Yesterday transpired 3 high-level insights. 1, the problem of accountability. 2, the need for sustainable and equitable solutions. And 3, obviously, the importance of participation of indigenous peoples and impacted communities. Let me start with the problem of accountability. It has 3 supporting arguments. The fossil fuel industry's activities contribute to climate change and cause severe human rights violations, such as harm to life, access to water, and rights of indigenous peoples. Examples that were highlighted yesterday were including Shell's actions in the Niger Delta and BP's operations in Iraq. Second, currently the human rights institutions have not effectively held the fossil fuel industry accountable, and these institutions, including the Human Rights Council, need to play a more critical role. And the third is that the lack of accountability is exacerbated by the absence of legally binding instruments and the reliance on aspirational guiding principles, which often delay meaningful action. Such principles often serve as a smokescreen for continued fossil fuel production and exploitation, greenwashing activities such as ESGs. High-level insight number 2 was that the need for sustainable and equitable solutions, and we have to note that the clean and sustainable solutions that are already out there are seen as alternative, whereas they should be the leading ones. The push, obviously, for net zero emissions and sustainability initiatives often distracts from the real issue, the need for phasing out of fossil fuels. This phasing out must be industry-wide and not focus solely on particular companies to avoid asset shifting. Second point that was made was that the concept of just transition must be expanded to touch upon all human rights, not just energy transition. This includes considerations of equitable access to renewable energies and the right to development and right of indigenous peoples. And the third one is that the need to challenge the narrative of continued energy consumption and promote a culture of energy sufficiency. The current emphasis on renewable energy often ignores the need for consumption reduction and results in further dispossession of indigenous peoples' rights, territories, lands, and resources. And the final high-level insight is the importance of engaging with indigenous peoples and impact communities. First, indigenous peoples, women, youth, persons with disabilities, local communities bear the brunt of the fossil fuel industry's human rights abuses. They must be included in discussions and decisions about the industry's future, particularly due respect for indigenous people's free, prior, and informed consent. Second, indigenous peoples and other communities possess unique knowledge and insights that can inform sustainable alternatives to fossil fuel dependency. It is crucial and not too late, actually, to bridge the gap between them and you, the decision makers, and the mandate holders as well. Hopefully they're still online. The third one is the forthcoming COP28. It underscores that we need to employ coordinated and strong action on fossil fuels that prioritizes the rights and voices of indigenous peoples and impact communities. So all in all, the international community, particularly human rights institutions, must take decisive action to hold the fossil fuel industry accountable for its impact on climate change and human rights. And this includes implementing sustainable, equitable solutions and prioritizing the participation of indigenous peoples and engagement of impact communities in all decisions and discussions. Bearing into what we can do, yesterday's roundtable transpired that human rights institutions can spearhead a coordinated global rights-based approach to address the harmful impacts of fossil fuels, centering on increased regulation, transition to sustainable energy resources, and the full and effective participation of indigenous peoples, and active involvement of impact communities in decision-making processes. Under this item, there were like 3 high-level insights as well. First, enhancing regulatory measures for greater accountability. Second, transitioning to sustainable energy and addressing consumption patterns. And the third is ensuring active involvement of impact communities and indigenous peoples. Let me start with the first one, enhancing regulatory measures for greater accountability. First, member states and the United Nations should advocate for the creation of legally binding instruments to hold fossil fuel industries accountable for their climate impacts and human rights violations. Guiding principles alone are not sufficient. Second, implement and enforce stricter regulations on greenhouse gas emissions and penalize companies that fail to meet these standards. This includes making greenwashing illegal. And the third one is that to encourage transparency in corporate reporting, ensuring that companies fully disclose their environmental impacts, including indirect ones through partnerships or supply chain. High-level insight number 2, transitioning to sustainable energy and addressing consumption patterns. First supporting argument was that to encourage and support the development and use of renewable, clean energy sources, ensuring an equitable transition that doesn't leave any communities or indigenous peoples behind. Second, shift the narrative from simply substituting energy sources to reducing overall consumption, promote sustainable living and consumption habits at both individual and societal levels. And third, support research and development into sustainable alternatives and technologies. This includes investing in the knowledge of indigenous peoples and the participation of indigenous peoples, and not just nature-based solutions. which is also a problem from Indigenous people's perspective, but I'm sure that Asa will touch upon that as well. And that respects human rights and biodiversity. And the final high-level insight was that ensuring active involvement of impacted communities and Indigenous peoples. First, to uphold and respect the rights of Indigenous peoples and local communities, including Indigenous peoples' right to free, prior informed consent. Their voices obviously should be at the forefront of discussions and decisions on fossil fuel industry activities. Second, to foster greater collaboration between mandate holders and Indigenous peoples and local communities and other communities to ensure policies and decisions are informed by the unique knowledge, experiences, observations of those most impacted by fossil fuel activities. And third, to use platforms like the UPR to raise awareness about the impacts of the fossil fuel industry and create pressure for change, but also for the Human Rights Council and its special procedures to participate in the UNFCCC. Supporting documents on the rights of Indigenous peoples, for example, and human rights, particularly under the climate change regime, the Paris Agreement Preamble Paragraph 11, specifically emphasizes human rights and the rights of Indigenous peoples in the context of climate change. And we, as a global community, and people here as well, need to proactively operationalize this paragraph fully into all climate action, including national and international legal frameworks governing energy transition. And then finally, international human rights instruments, including the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, ILO Convention 169, the Alta Outcome Document, and the Escazú Agreement, provide a strong foundation for Indigenous people's rights and human rights, including the World Conference on Indigenous Peoples Outcome Document, which reinforces the need for states to consult and cooperate in good faith with Indigenous peoples to obtain the free, prior informed consent before implementing measures that may affect them. So, addressing the impacts of fossil fuels requires a comprehensive global effort by strengthening accountability, promoting a transition to sustainable energy and consumption habits, and prioritizing the voices of Indigenous peoples and those most impacted. Human rights institutions like the Human Rights Council and its subsidiary and advisory bodies, special procedures, treaty bodies, OHCHR, and using the UPR can lead the way towards a more sustainable and equitable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ghazali, and appreciate your focus on a few clear pathways for action, including enhanced accountability, a sustainable transition that also addresses consumption. And I want to say that's a really important point that doesn't get enough attention. We simply have to reduce consumption at the global level and change the distribution of wealth and resources if we want to tackle this crisis. And of course, the point about legally binding treaty on business and human rights to advance real accountability, and the need for engagement of Indigenous peoples and others who may be in vulnerable situations, free, prior, informed consent. So many really important and complex issues to unpack. We are running low on time. Our final panelist is Asa Larsen-Blind. She's the Vice President of the Sami Council. And Asa, I'm going to turn things over to you for your thoughts and reflections on the issue of false solutions and ways that human rights mechanisms can potentially address false solutions. And I think it'd be great if you could start with explaining a little bit what the phrase itself means for those who may not be familiar. Thanks, over to you.
Thank you so much. And I want to first thank all my colleagues in the panel for excellent sum up and reflecting what we have talked about during the roundtables. And I cautious of time, I will be try to be brief. We've discussed the issue of false solutions, and we have we've had the different themes of the roundtables, but when we are talking about it, it's kind of the different perspectives on the same big topic of how to combat climate change and what we need to do. And we all know the urgency in the need for climate action, and we still have quite a small, but we still have the window of opportunity to reach climate targets. But that window is rapidly closing. So it is crucial that we keep pushing for action, and then we need to push for effective action. And that is what we have talked about under the theme of false solutions, that what we actually need is real climate solutions. We need actions that effectively target the root causes of climate change. We need actions that is making us take steps in the transition to a more sustainable future. We have heard about the just transition that we would like to see, and we've heard Ghazali talk about the fossil fuel and the phasing out of the fossil fuel. So that would be the real climate solutions. But unfortunately, we also see examples of false solutions. And false solutions that can be both actions framed as solutions, but that really is not solving anything at all. That are more or less activities that preserve the use of climate harmful activities, legitimizing continued emissions, or actions that conserve a status quo of non-action. So this can be seen as more or less distractions from the real true climate solutions that we do need. So then we also have activities that can be sorted under the false solutions, but that is not so effective. They can seem on paper as climate action, but result in very little or no real climate good. So it can also be actions that legitimize continued emissions. And there are also activities that might be solutions if implemented correctly on the right locations, but implemented wrongly, the activities itself can cause further human rights violations or even increase human rights abuses, and also lead to loss and damage that we heard about earlier. So the problem is that these false solutions distract us from taking the action that would create the needed change towards a more sustainable future. And these false solutions can also actually increase, as I said, human rights violations and causing more harm than good. And also then do it in the name of climate action. So, so I will jump right into cutting a few of the examples and jump right into what we've talked about that we can focus on. We have discussed that special procedures and can have a role to comment on scientific approaches and propose solutions that human rights implications and the human rights implications of these different so-called solutions and that they might have. And that the Human Rights Council should press for the free, prior, and informed consent for the indigenous peoples, and also the involvement of communities in the discussions and decisions of these solutions, so that we can also draw upon the indigenous knowledge and the knowledge in the communities of what are the suitable solutions and where can they be implemented to do good. And we have also touched upon the need of implementation of the moratorium on geoengineering under the Convention of Biological Diversity that is there and should be upheld. And also when we talk about false solutions and the discussions on these solutions and the framing of them as distractions, we also need to talk about alternatives to show the options and to change the discussion so we can keep the focus on the action that we are seeking and wanting to happen. So then we were talking about the mapping of human rights violations in the implementation of climate actions stated as solutions. And then we can recognize and highlight these false solution projects. And this could result in criteria to help us guide what works and what not. And also the inclusion of human rights safeguards in whenever a process or method is negotiated, so that whenever employed can uphold the human rights standards. And we talked about these the criteria. If we have the human rights criteria, they could help then the human rights institutions push for real solutions and support and guide actions, and to steer away from letting these false solutions pass. Then we have also talked about the focus to engage and to educate around these solutions, since they are usually very technical, and speaking of different technologies and in these solutions. So we need to educate, and the human rights institutions here in Geneva can support by organizing briefings and also how to integrate environmental law in discussions of human rights, and to how to uphold the human rights within the solutions for climate action. So I think that sums up quite brief what we discussed. So I leave it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asa. And we know that all solutions to climate change are not equal, and they may not all bring what they suggest, or their proponents suggest they will bring. And I think it's so important that we consider both the reality of their likely climate impacts, as well as the potential human implications and human rights impacts and risks associated with different courses of potential action. So thank you for raising those issues, for raising the moratorium on geoengineering under the CBD, and for bringing to attention these critical matters. I'd like to just flag as well that the Human Rights Committee, the Human Rights Council Advisory Committee is in the process of elaborating a study on new technologies for climate protection and human rights, which will address some of these issues, and we're all looking forward to the outcome of that work, because Asa flagged it's really important to have a human rights analysis of the different potential pathways to tackling climate change. So we have limited time, but we can't not have any audience participation in a human rights event. So what I'd ask is 2 or 3 questions, very brief. Before I turn to those questions, I want to reiterate that one, we have 3 distinguished guests who will be giving some concluding remarks. And following that, as a reward for sticking around, there will be a small reception at the Serpentine Bar just outside of the room here. If anybody needs help, I'm sure there are people who can point you in the right direction if you're new to the Palais des Nations. So any hands, questions? Mexico, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Good afternoon. More than questions, I have two general comments. First of all, thank you for all the panelists for their excellent interventions. I would like to highlight Asa Larson's intervention and the importance of paying attention to solar radiation modification and its possible impacts on the enjoyment of human rights. We consider that the use of geoengineering to combat climate change, in addition to the scientific uncertainties, could also entail human rights impacts. And that we must analyze this type of measures in light of human rights law and in light of the precautionary principle. This is, for example, has been Mexico's approach to the case of solar geoengineering. And here I should also add what Mr. Nisedauri mentioned related to the lack of just transition principles for these new practices. And similar cases related to also Asa Larson's intervention related to the hazardous chemicals management agenda, which appears to be a science-only issue, but in our perspective must be given greater attention under a human rights approach, including just transition principles, and as the use of hazardous chemicals has a direct link to the climate change crisis, biodiversity loss, soil degradation, pollution, food security, among other crises. So in both cases, comprehensive human rights approach is lacking, and it is precisely the reports and recommendations in the framework of the Human Rights Council and the UPRs that can be a positive impact on the enjoyment of human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking around the room to see if there's anybody else who wants to stand between us and a reception. I don't see any hands. I do want to invite our panel, if they want to share with us sort of one final takeaway or key reflection on the remarks they've heard from their fellow panelists or from our colleague from Mexico. To please go ahead, but let's say 30 seconds to 1 minute. Any volunteers to start? Otherwise, I'm doing it in the same order.
Yeah, to me, thanks. I think this rich discussion from today really highlights the need for making these connections between the different bodies and the different topics, so cross-cutting issues and really advancing on building on the work of different institutions and themes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it was very clear. I think hearing both the earlier two panels and this panel today, I think many of us are saying the same things. I feel like, again, the solutions are not, there's no questions about what the solutions are. I think they're there, they exist. I think it's the political will of how do we actually move forward on some of these. And so, I think civil society, we will continue to do what we're doing, but we really need folks at the in various human rights mechanisms for states really to take these up in meaningful ways.
Yeah, I echo that completely in the sense, from the last two panels and from what we have said and from gauging the sentiment from the floor as well, I think there's a meeting of minds. We share similar concerns and the solutions also quite common. So we know what needs to be done. We just need to get it implemented. And so I think the answer here is collaboration, all working together. So a real multi-stakeholder participation with, the UN human rights organizations taking the lead.
Well, I just want to echo what my colleagues have said at the panel. I think there's a lot of cross-cutting points that were raised by all the panelists, particularly participation. I think when it comes to like civil society and these peoples, please do not limit listening to us in events like these. It is very important that we are included in the meetings of the Human Rights Council outside of Climate Week of Geneva. And so that's what I would like to ask of you. Sorry, now I said it. And I think I would be remiss to not raise the enhanced participation process of Indigenous peoples within the United Nations, particularly Human Rights Council. I think that is one of the processes under the Human Rights Council that allows Indigenous peoples to be able to speak on behalf of in their own capacity as Indigenous peoples, as self-governing peoples as well. And I think that is, that's a process actually that could help amplify our voices within the UN. And of course, also to participate in your capacities as representatives of your respective delegation into like meetings like these organized by CIEL or other, or Earthjustice or other organizations or OHCHR, to continue having the dialogue. Because the last thing that we should be doing is having this dialogue in a vacuum, or that we all, as civil society and these people, is talking to ourselves. I don't think that is the purpose of what we're doing right here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I don't think I need to say that much. I just echo what my colleagues have been saying, and also what was said by Mexico from the floor, that we need this human rights analysis of what we're doing, and what Chiara said about the cross-cutting. We need to bring in the human rights language and the human rights discussion in the climate discussions, and vice versa. So I think I thank you all, and leave it at that.
Thank you very much. And I actually just want to share one reflection on the choice of words. It's not an imposition, Ghazali, because we're talking about human rights. So those are obligations already. And I think it's really important that we all think about most of the recommendations and ideas that have been raised here are actually aligned with state human rights obligations under international law. These are things that states should be required to do, including, of course, respecting, protecting, and fulfilling the rights of Indigenous peoples in the context of climate action and all other contexts. So I think that's a important note to end this panel on. I'd invite you all to give our panelists a round of applause before I invite everybody else. So we've asked three speakers to share some concluding reflections, not intended to be a recap of everything that was heard, but intended to help us think about how to move forward and what next steps we should take after this rich discussion. So I would invite Her Excellency Ambassador Sharon Villalobos, lo siento. I think I know how to say that right, but I didn't. Ambassador Villalobos, the permanent representative from Costa Rica, and Marissa Hutchinson, who has graciously agreed to step in for Lucy McFernan, who couldn't make it ultimately. We're really grateful, Marissa, that you took this on in such short notice, and I am looking for your proper title in my WhatsApp. Program Officer with the International Women's Rights Action Watch Asia Pacific. So thanks a lot, Marissa. You have 5 minutes each. You're welcome to try to be even briefer, in which case we might conclude by 6. If not, thank you everybody for bearing with us. for a few extra minutes. We're going to start things off with Ian Fry, who's with us online, I hope, still. And Ian, I don't know what time it is where you are, but we're very grateful you're here with us to share some closing reflections. Over to you, Ian.
Yes, thank you very much. I won't scare you by how late it is or early morning over here. I want to steal a word from Chiara just to say this has been a really rich discussion, and there have been a number of recommendations for special procedures to be considered in this discussion. And, you know, there's some really key thematic issues that I really jumped out at me. Certainly the intergenerational equity, intergenerational justice issue is clearly a critical area. And it's certainly one of the issues that's on my radar screen to how to better enshrine the concept of intergenerational justice into international law, because it's one of those areas that clearly needs some work. The issue of victims of transboundary harm, you know, as a result of climate change is another critical issue, and I'm certainly looking into that area. The protection of environmental human rights defenders is absolutely fundamental, and it's certainly an issue that we're not addressing properly. We're seeing environmental human rights defenders being killed, being locked up, and you know, and there seems to be stricter measures being applied by a number of governments that you wouldn't expect to be taking these sorts of measures. And I think you know, greater action needs to be taken. The concept of corporate capture is critical, and you know, there was a recommendation to me that maybe undertake an institutional visit to the Climate Convention to look at you know, the role of you know, corporate capture, and it's clearly a significant issue, particularly if we continue to hold conferences of parties in countries that are fossil fuel exporters. It just doesn't make sense that we continue to do that. The issue of just transition, we've heard, and a critical issue to be looking at, and I'll certainly be looking at that. Of course, as Ghazali said, you know, the engagement and participation, effective participation of Indigenous peoples is critical, and enhancing regulatory frameworks to ensure Indigenous peoples are part of the decision-making processes are critical. And finally, the issue of new technologies is we really need to look at that closely and look at the human rights implications. So this has been a very rich discussion, and I thank everybody for participating, and there's a lot to think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. We're glad you could join us. Really important to have the Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights in the context of climate change here in this discussion. I'm next going to turn things over to Ambassador Villalobos. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. You know, every time somebody calls me Ambassador Villalobos, I don't know they're talking about me. I'm from Latin America, and we use both of our parents' names. So usually the first name that you see, Duncan, that's the name I usually go by. So every time somebody says Villalobos, and on top is difficult to pronounce for some. So for any other time, Duncan will do. Thank you very much for inviting me today to deliver some closing remarks on this important and timely discussion. I think the debate was very, very interesting. Climate change poses an existential threat to our planet, and it is essential that we leverage every available resource to tackle this global crisis, which is also a human rights crisis. By integrating the expertise and contributions of human rights institutions, many of which are based here in Geneva, we can enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of our climate action efforts. We have heard today from several of the speakers about breaking the silos. It is absolutely necessary that we start working together across institutions. Geneva, as a hub of international cooperation, serves as an ideal platform for fostering collaboration between climate, human rights, humanitarian, and other agendas. The Human Rights Council, special procedures, the UPR, treaty bodies, and OHCHR have made significant contributions to the intersection of human rights and climate change. And we have heard how the Human Rights Council, for instance, has acknowledged the close link between human rights and climate change, human rights and the environment, through various panel discussions and resolutions, including the creation of the mandate on climate change and human rights and the landmark resolution 4813 proposed by the Maldives, Morocco, Slovenia, Switzerland, and my country, Costa Rica, that recognized the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And more recent resolutions have also acknowledged this right and its links with various environmental and human rights crises. But we still need to avoid polarization in our discussions and be more constructive, as the ambassador of Marshall Islands actually told us this today. The Council has acknowledged that climate change disproportionately impacts persons living in vulnerable situations, exacerbating poverty, food insecurity, and displacement, and tackling it as a matter of survival for small island developing states and other developing states is crucial. Special procedures established by the Human Rights Council have also made important contributions. They have conducted country visits and produced thematic reports highlighting the urgent actions needed to address the adverse effects of climate change on human rights. By providing recommendations and guidance to states, they have fostered accountability and encouraged the integration of human rights in climate action policies. Many of our panelists today agreed that there should be follow-up mechanisms in place for recommendations stemming from their reports. The UPR has further enhanced the conversation on human rights and climate change. It has provided an opportunity to assess states' climate action commitments related to human rights. Several states have urged to adopt climate-friendly policies and engage in a just transition towards sustainable economies during the UPR sessions. We also heard about the importance of making environment and climate change-related recommendations to all countries, developed countries and big emitters included. Human rights treaty bodies have also been engaged in addressing climate change in a number of statements, decisions, concluding observations, general comments, and general recommendations. They continue to interpret and clarify the human rights obligations in the context of climate change, ensuring that human rights considerations are at the forefront of climate action strategies. So we're looking forward to the General Comment 26 of CRC. And hopefully when the ink finally sets in, we will have a strong and forward-looking comment. Moreover, the Office of the High Commissioner has actively worked to integrate human rights into climate change discourse. They have facilitated dialogues, promoted technical assistance, and supported capacity building initiatives. While significant progress has been made, there are still critical gaps that need to be addressed to advance human rights in climate action. In the context of loss and damage, it is crucial to develop mechanisms that ensure affected communities have access to effective remedies, including by ensuring sufficient funds for the loss and damage mechanism for developing countries. By recognizing and addressing the loss and damage caused by climate change, we can promote justice and support communities in need. Ensuring the meaningful participation of children, indigenous peoples, women and civil society, and protecting the work of environmental human rights defenders and providing access to justice mechanisms and litigation to all, especially children, is crucial in the fight against climate change and to ensure intergenerational equity. Geneva-based institutions can support the development of robust legal frameworks and mechanisms to safeguard the rights of those advocating for environmental protection, ensuring their safety and freedom to operate. And finally, as we heard from various panelists today, we should continue to call for the integration of the human rights-based approach to our climate change discussions. The human rights agenda, as the ambassador from Marshall Islands said, should continue to inform the climate policy world and vice versa. Thank you very much for your attention, and hopefully we will get our hands on and let's get to work. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Duncan, and you covered an incredible amount of ground there with those remarks, and I do want to just pick up on the importance of one thing that the Council did which was under the leadership of Costa Rica, Maldives, Morocco, Switzerland, and Slovenia, which is, of course, HRC Resolution 48/13, recognizing the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. A lot of people have already raised this, so I don't have magical new insights to share, but what I want to flag is that this resolution and the General Assembly resolution that followed have been actively integrated over the last year in a wide range of outcomes, including the COP27 climate decision and the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and earlier today, the outcome of the summit of the Council of Europe. And I think that rapid uptake in integration reflects how timely the resolution was and how much we need to do to drive forward and advance the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, and to create better structures for its effective implementation. So apologies for taking a little bit of time on that. I'm now going to turn things over to Marissa, who is our final speaker here today. Marissa, over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Very last minute, but I'm still happy to be having the closing words. So briefly, as recommendations to the multilateral system generally, with a focus on CEDAW, the CEDAW concluding observations are an opportunity to expand the multilateral system's commitment to women, girls, and other marginalized groups as it pertains to disaster risk reduction, as it relates specifically to climate change, emphasizing not only the need to use their analysis of the impacts of climate change as a vehicle to look at the climate crisis as a structural and systemic human rights issue, addressing structural barriers and issues inclusive of racism, ableism, neoliberalism, capitalism, contribute significantly to the climate harms faced by these communities, and it is critical for climate action. And without this, there will simply be no change, because however much effort is put into a broken system, it remains broken. Not looking at the climate crisis as a critical, contextual, and systemic factor is also a cop-out, literally. To the CEDAW committee, we feel that the constructive dialogues should be an opportunity to kickstart the commitment to the Loss and Damage Fund, which was one of the key outcomes at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh after many decades. The general recommendation 37 of the obligation of states to effectively mitigate and adapt to the adverse effects of climate change, including through regulating the fossil fuel industry and allocating human rights-based climate financing in paragraphs 14 and 43, backs up the need to financially support the Loss and Damage Fund that goes beyond mitigation and impact. In addition to the different special procedures, we continue to also ask for the support of UN treaty bodies and other mechanisms to support the call to not only ensure the safety of activists, indigenous people, and environmental human rights defenders as it relates to their rights to peacefully protest, their freedom of assembly, but also expression within human rights spaces and in their communities. But we do recommend that states allow environmental human rights defenders to live a life free of discrimination and violence. We also ask that the CEDAW committee and other treaty body committees step up their capacity and hence work to produce more ambitious concluding observations to address climate change, which remains an unabating threat to the lives of women, girls, indigenous people, and those most marginalized, to further amplify their issues towards integration within the multilateral climate negotiations and policy spaces, inclusive of the UNFCCC, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and the Convention to Combat Desertification. In the context of climate change, we demand in solidarity with those most affected by these climate crises and events that the CEDAW committee and treaty bodies and the entire system provide more substantive and community-focused practices, inclusive solutions, recommended by communities for states to consider, reimagining a safe and healthy planet. We need to acknowledge the legitimacy of civil society's issues at the multilateral level in a space like CEDAW and other mechanisms as a perfect opportunity for advocacy and agency. I reiterate my colleague from Amnesty International's recommendations for special procedures to do a visit to the UNFCCC and analyze their processes, but also use it as a perfect opportunity to further engage with different constituencies attached to the UNFCCC and to support the community's motions to kick out big polluters and phase out fossil fuels for a truly just transition, real and intersectional solutions, and rights-based and gender-responsive climate action. And as COP28 approaches, we ask that the UN multilateral system use every opportunity to hold global North states and other key contributors in the South to the crisis accountable, as part of their duty of international cooperation and extraterritorial obligations concerning the harms caused by their oil and gas industry over the years, and which continue to exacerbate the impacts of climate change by the inability to reach the commitment to contain emissions. Finally, we ask that the treaty body system, the Human Rights Council, and others follow up on the various recommendations from all the other international entities, all the multilateral entities, resolutions and reports, but also seize again opportunities like these and like this today and others to collaborate towards ambitious climate action. We also ask that you emphasize a focus on small island developing states, the least developing countries, and landlocked countries in the fight against climate change in the coming years as a means to ensure sustainable development, intergenerational equity, peace and security, and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marissa. I would hate to see how you'd do if we had given you time to prepare. Great analysis and concluding remarks. I want to thank all of our co-sponsors. So the Geneva Dialogues for Human Rights and Climate Action were co-organized by Center for International Environmental Law, UN Human Rights, Earthjustice, Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung, and the Geneva Environment Network, with support from the government of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. So I want to thank everybody once again, and of course thank our audience and panelists. And we have a reception starting 5 minutes ago outside. So sorry, Ian, that you won't be able to join us and to the rest of you online, but we hope to catch up with you soon. And I think what you've heard is a small part of the fantastic expertise that was gathered over the course of the last couple of days and over the course of decades to work on advancing rights-based environmental action. We have to continue this discussion. We'll be circulating a note with some key takeaways in the coming days. Many of us will be headed on to the Bonn climate negotiations and to the council session as well, which is coming forward. Please feel free to contact any of us involved in the organization with ideas and suggestions. Thank you again very much. Okay, and somebody left a phone. Here. You can come find me later if you want to be discreet.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa, for finding that.